All right, welcome to Roleplay Cafe. I'm Jason. I'm here with Dell, and we're going to play a little bit of role-playing this morning. We're going to play a little one-on-one session where you're using the AIA rules by Scott Malthouse. My favorite rule set is this simple one-page rules. We're going to use it today, and we're going to play a World War II spy game using these rules. All right, Dell, before we get started, before I put you in the space, tell us who you are and what you're about, character-wise here.
Okay. I am a special operative from America. My name is Hank Smith. I believe that is not as simple as it is. But I have taken, basically, for all intents and purposes, what some would consider a suicide mission, pre D-Day, to make sure that the forces have a clear path, as it were, less impeded, to be able to come and liberate my ancestral home, as it were, homeland, which is France. Now, I've taken this to drop in locally. I don't know when this invasion is gonna start, but I know it's imminent, and I need to make sure that a certain high-ranking official, German official, there's some question and some concern through high command that he could be, first of all, know of our impending launch, as well as there to impede it or set up defenses in some way. I need to find this out and make sure that our troops, when landed, are going to meet as less of resistance as possible. So I'm invested in this wholly, whether it means my life or not, to make sure that I'm saving lives on the back end of this attack, and assuring success in this landing to where we can push through and eradicate Nazi control over my homeland, my ancestral homeland, all the way through. And I'm just totally against what the German occupation has inflicted upon these people. But anyway.
Smith, you have been selected, or were selected, because of your ancestry. Because, I think you froze there, so I'll slow down. You back with me? I saw you froze. So if you freeze, I'm just going to stop talking until you come back. Same way, if you freeze,
You're
just
back.
stop. Yeah, okay. Smith, you were hand selected for this mission because of your ancestry, because we know that before the war you had spent some time in Marnay in France. We know you're familiar with the village. We know you're familiar with the surrounding area. We don't care why you were there pre-war, but we know that you have been in Europe and you have visited, so you have been selected for this. Second, you are capable. Third, you are invested in this. Understand that we have intelligence that General Hockenberg, the head of Germany's biochemical warfare, has taken control of the Dupré villa, and he has a battalion guarding that villa. And we believe that he is working on biochemical weapons in preparation of our rumored invasion. You will spend the next 6 months training. We're going to make sure that you are well prepared, as you will go undercover as a Swiss lawyer there to administrate an American estate to a local woman. She will not know you. She will not have heard of you. You will have to get in there. You will have to express to her why you're there. So for 6 months they train you, they prepare you, they get your Swiss about as well as it's going to be. You are going to be so they grill you on your backstory. They grill you if you are caught by the SS and you are tortured. These things need to be second nature to you. So they grill you on your story. You were a young man. You went to Oxford. You became a lawyer. You've been in Europe. You have some family connections in Switzerland. You certainly have heritage in France. You are an American. They won't know you're an American, right? There will be no hint that you are an American. You are Swiss. So they go over this, and they go over it until it is second nature to you. So remember your backstory. Fall back on it when you need to. You can't be thinking Hank Smith, American basketball player, whatever you were growing up in, wherever you grew up in America, right? So they spend 6 months basically brainwashing you, so to speak, to be a Swiss lawyer, right? Okay. They provide you with forged papers in which Jacqueline Benoit, the woman that you are supposedly bringing this information to, that she has had somebody pass away in America. She is an American woman married to a French nobleman, and they have their own estate outside of Marnay. And she has inherited. This is forged and fake, but she won't know that somebody has passed away in her family, and will inherit it. That's why you're there, to administer this estate. Okay. So after months of this training, preparing, it is 03:45 in the morning. You are airborne in a plane out of Bern from Switzerland, and it is 45 minutes when the red light pops on the plane, and you are signaled to jump from the aircraft.
I stand up and shoulder on my or cinch my straps down tight and take a deep breath before I exit and tumble out of the plane. Mm-hmm. So far down, mm-hmm. I look at the vista and then pull that ripcord at the appropriate time.
Yeah, and this is a low jump. The plane buzzes in, drops you, so you're moving. You don't have the same cushion. So we're going to make a mind check to see how quickly you adjust to this speed, in which the velocity in which you have got to time this chute just right. So let's make a mind check.
Altitude jump. I was counting right when I pulled and focused in on the pull it, and
no. Okay, so
it get a little bit exasperated, hyperventilating some. Okay. As I lose my count.
So you come in fast, open field, black. The problems here are speed. You're moving at a high velocity, although the chute is pulled. You're coming down hard and fast, and it is dark. It is open, no trees. Unfortunately, you can't see the ground. So we're going to make a brawn check to see if you suffer a damage here as you smack into the ground at high velocity.
Okay. Whenever I hit and roll and tumble, and luckily my training takes in, I'll roll and tumble some bruises or whatever. I just splay myself and slide into the somewhat damp early morning soil, luckily, thanking God that I didn't hit a crop of rocks or whatever on my thing. But my training has paid off. I get up and smack the caked off mud and turn around and look at the self-imposed runway I just made with my body sliding down Kear's thing, but stand up and look at the countryside, start bundling up quickly. The parachute, be able to dump it into a location.
So you glance around. You are in a large open space. You can see in the distance toward Marnay the silhouette of the village of Marnay, and you've again you can't make out detail here in this. We're at 4:30. We're at 04:30 in the morning before dawn when you hit. You know that Sarce is supposed to meet you somewhere around the village of Marnay, but you can see on the horizon the silhouette of the rooftops around Marnay. Unfortunately, you also see little white flashes of light as they heard the plane overhead and may or may not have seen your chute, but you can see little white dots as they are bouncing along the horizon of men with flashlights coming your direction.
Yeah, I get down low, find a little cover as I'm stowing away and hiding my parachute. sufficiently, gathering time, listening to my surroundings, to see if they're disrupted, to see if there's any passing guards. Um, After a bit, I'll whistle out a call
Mm-hmm.
and see if I get the response.
Okay.
Uh,
As you
yes,
lay waiting, you do hear barks in German. You make out that they're talking about investigating as they heard the plane come in. You don't get the sense that they actually have seen something, but they're doing their due diligence to check the outskirts. They don't come any closer than maybe a few hundred yards. As you can hear them get louder, but they don't appear to have dogs, and they don't come any further out into the countryside. And the whistle is, there's a delay in a response, but you get back the customary long whistle. And it's coming to your left, actually further away from Marnay, the village of Marnay, but to your left.
Okay. Now, I'll give whistle and Morse code for direction, in my direction, so we can orientate.
Mm-hmm.
Because this French resistance soldier, I know he's about to, and we won't. Well, it seems that the once the Germans have dispersed a little bit,
Right.
then I'll get up low
Okay.
and make my way with intermediate whistles.
Yeah.
So we find each other.
Yeah, and after every intermediate whistle, you'll get back up, drawing you closer and closer to him. He gives you the long whistle, and it gets easier and louder. And eventually, you come to basically a path, footpath, and you stumble out onto this footpath that is hidden behind hedges. And you stumble into this footpath, and they're crouched under a tree in the shadow. And again, they chose this particular window because it was overcast, low ceiling, and that's why they dumped you in. So it is really dark. There's not much moonlight, etc. And he stands up. He probably comes to about your shoulder. I don't know exactly how tall you are, but he is a tiny little Frenchman. He wears a...
well, I'm only 5'4". Or so myself.
Okay.
So
yeah, so he's probably about 5'2", so maybe he's not quite that small, but he's 5'3" or so, but he's not a big man. And he is dressed in rather shabby overcoat, shabby wool trousers, wool overcoat. He's wearing a bonnet, and he's got a beard, and he smells as if he hasn't bathed in a week. And he stands up, and when he does, he sets down his rifle on the ground there. Monsieur, welcome to...
I approach him with my hands up, and then I'll extend one of them and grasp his hand solidly and shake.
He smiles. He smiles a broken smile, missing a front tooth. You see now a scar that crosses from his cheek all the way across his chin, where clearly he lost the tooth, and whatever... and he smiles and says, so you have made it unscathed.
They speak in English?
No, French.
Okay.
He's speaking French.
Gotcha.
But this is a calm situation, so you can understand it. It's you're not under duress here. It's a calm situation, so no reason for you to make a language check here, right, as you're understanding him. He's speaking slowly. Yeah. He says...
it's good to see you, Sarce. I'm glad you met me here. I don't know what I would do without you. And I look around through there, and the German patrols.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
do you suspect that they linger, or have they broken?
He takes a step back and looks in the general direction of Marnay, and he said, "Well, I circled around the footpath to get out of their sight. I was, and he points where he used to be. I was there and had to get away from them. But we are fine. They will return back to their normal duties. The villa that I'm taking to, the estate I'm taking to, the DuPont estate, is here, and it's the opposite of Marnay. So he said, Marnay's there. I'm taking you to the WWII estates, and we will go through the countryside off track. There should be no German patrols, so we should be safe to travel to the estate." And then he says, "But at some point I will break off, as I cannot be. I must return to my hideaway before sunup, as I am wanted." here. You can always find me by going to the bakery in Marnay and telling the young boy,
Yes.
Jean-Luc. Find the young boy Jean-Luc at the bakery in Marnay if you need to contact me. But once I take you to their estate, I will leave you. And he motions at his rifle and says, "I must keep my rifle." But and he motions to his hip, his waist, and he's got a pistol in his waist. Do you need a weapon?
I pat mine and show him real quick. It is always good to be safe. And then I put my hand on his shoulder and sort of pivot in the direction, and I point toward the estate. Shall we begin?
Yeah. So he leads you off the foot track through the brush and the shrubs, and he's low squatting across the hillside. Is again, you would leave a silhouette. So he's as low as he can be. Fortunately for you, it's low ceiling. It's very dark. You top the hill, and as you come over the top of the hill and you see the estate spread out before you, it's a large house. It's a villa. It has a stone wall that goes around the entire property. You can see a large gate that's open. You can see parked in front of the villa are multiple vehicles, more vehicles than you might expect here. There's a garden. In the back there is a traditional French garden, large garden for taking your constitutional walks. There is a large hedge maze in the back. Go ahead.
So say the train depot. Where would I have departed?
Marnay.
Marnay.
You would have arrived in Marnay.
Okay. I'm at this point. When do the locals usually arrive? It's arise at sunup, I presume.
Well,
as I'm looking around, and I'm starting to shed my outside coverall.
Okay. Yeah, he takes it. He'll just take that coverall from you and stick it under his arm naturally as you probably hand it off. He looks at you and
I thank you.
Yeah, he looks at you and he says, "Well, the only people who will be up early in the French noble, they rise 9:30, 10 o'clock. So, but it would not be unaccustomed for business to arrive at the door at 8 in the morning, but to announce your call." However, the cook or the chauffeur would probably be up early around dawn, and it's about 0500 now, right?
Okay, and the train's the train's last arrival was at when? And I look at my watch and look back at the town.
Yeah, he said the train would arrive at about 7 in the morning, right? So it would be an assumed if you hiked out here or got a ride out here, right? Sure.
Thank you, Cersei, and I'll put my hand on them. And I know you probably have bread to break, or croissants to break,
Right.
and I'll to bake, and I'll smile and double clap him on the shoulder,
Right.
and back to it. If I need you, I'll contact Jean-Luc
Okay.
at the bakery.
Yep.
To come get you.
Yep. And he's go ahead.
Nothing. That's when I depart from him and usher him on, and
Yeah, he turns, squatting low, and he's heading, again, roughly back the way you came, but you can see he's skirting around the trails, and you can see he's headed toward the village of Marnay. He's probably got a hideaway somewhere in the town of Marnay. But he disappears relatively quickly in the darkness. And again, it's about 5:15 in the morning, so you may have about an hour or so before sunup. But it's an opportunity for you to nap or to investigate the property, things like that.
Oh yeah. I'll take that. But after he leaves, that's when I turn around and I'll look over the from my vantage point. I'm seeing if there are any dogs on the property. Whenever the lights start coming on, I presume the workers. How many people might be here. I'm looking for tactical vantage points. So I'm basically surveying the property and the rounds and the roads to it. The roads, as well as.
Yeah. So remember, this is the Benoit property. This is not the Dupree villa where the general's at. So this is a private estate.
I totally
Yeah, right,
understand
right. No,
that, but I
yeah,
need
right.
to make sure that I'm
There is one road in.
situationally.
A gravel road in. Again, with a stone
Yeah,
fence around the property. The property's large, gardens. It is a multi-winged estate, so it rises about I would say 3 stories. There's 3 levels: grounds, second
yeah,
and third. There's a high spire out onto the roof, in which there is a flag pole that you would come out onto the roof to raise and lower the flag,
yeah.
which you can see now. The French flag is below a Nazi flag that they
Oh,
have.
yeah.
All right, and you can see that there is a garage off the actual building. So there's a garage on the right hand side of the estate, which houses it looks like maybe horses and maybe other cars or vehicles. That is shut to you. You can see cars parked actually out front of the estate. And again, there's 3 cars. The one that looks to be like a longer, like maybe a Mercedes or Rolls Royce. It's more of a chauffeur driven type car, a big car. And there seems to
Yeah.
be a smaller sedan, and then there appears to be a little Jeep type vehicle that is, as you recognize it, a Nazi Volkswagen Jeep, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It is not unheard of that Germans, of course, bivouac with locals very often.
Exactly. That was my concern.
So you have to be aware there
Yeah.
may well be Germans that are living with these people, whether they like it or not, right? Whether they want them there or
Oh
not,
yeah.
these people are bivouacked in their homes. So,
There ain't no estate that's going to be unmolested
yeah,
in that manner. So that's what I was trying to reckon order. You know, the amount of travel when I saw on the gravel road,
mm-hmm.
I'm looking to that to see if there is heavily traveled. But once I see the German vehicle, and I know that the other cars would probably be that's a large number of cars.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I know the scene, so therefore. I am readying myself. I go a little bit down the road,
Right.
away from it, and then I'll start walking up the road as it's nearing 8 o'clock
Okay.
to approach the door.
Okay. And as you do, you're taking your time. Again, you take in the sights. The sun's starting to crack the horizon. It's an orange, reflecting off the low cloud ceiling, so it's somewhat gray, but you're getting a nice bright orange glow.
Yeah.
And as you approach, you see the light flicker in the front or the back doorway that would lead out of the servants' quarters toward the garage, etc. You see that light come on. You do see a rather tall gentleman, garbed in a black suit, come out. He goes around the building, and again, he has not noticed you as you're walking down the front walkway. The gravel road is well used, as they're obviously the only road in and out, and every day there's probably some traffic here. And you see him approach the garage. He opens the garage, and so as you're just taking all this in as you approach, he comes out with a gas can. You see him go over to the Nazi Jeep, and he pours gasoline from a gas can into the Nazi Jeep. And as you approach, he's coming out of the garage. As he set the empty gas or the gas can down, he's shutting the garage, and he sees you as you approach. And he is.
I raised my hand up, Monsieur.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the Benoit's residence? Kind of saying in broken French a little bit.
Yeah. He approaches and he looks and he takes off his hat, sticks it under his, and you can tell from his uniform he is the chauffeur. Sticks it under his arm, and he
got my briefcase dangling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Totally just
right, relaxed.
Relaxed.
Right.
Yes.
He nods and he says with an arm, "This is the Benoit residence. Nobody will be up at this hour. You come awful early."
Yes, the train departed me at 7, and I have no other recourse. And I must, with some expedition, speak with the lady, and then I feign looking at the Jacqueline Benoit.
Oh,
and,
yes. Yes. The lady of the house. Might I suggest...
It's the most pressing issue I say, so do you have a waiting room, perchance, that I can wait till she gathers herself to be
Uh,
spoken with,
if
and
you
probably announce my
if you do not mind coming
my.
into the servants' quarters, you are free to sit with us in the kitchen and have coffee. And have you eaten? I'm assuming you have not had breakfast. You can eat with us,
I'm famished, and coffee would be.
and
I love coffee from the
right.
French hillsides.
We rather not disturb the Lord and Lady too early. So he takes you to that same door that he came out of, the light flickering there, and into
Yeah.
that. It's a stoop in for him as he's you know, again, you make note, this is a tall man, about 6'3", 6'4", thin, very thin. He is French. You can tell from his demeanor and the way he speaks that he is no doubt a Frenchman. He ducks in, and immediately with a smile, and clearly he likes the cook, and he greets the cook, and he introduces you to the cook, and he says, "I am Raoul. This is Rose, and Rose, we have the Lord and Lady will have a visitor, but we do not want to disturb them this early. This man would like to eat." So she starts whipping up some breakfast for
I
you.
do this. I do this like I'm. You just taking in. Oh, it's nothing like French croissants.
Right.
Uh, I would love to. What do you have? And it just very, uh, like inculcating myself into their surroundings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just a servant like them. So I'll take and place where I can set this briefcase for the Lady Benoit and gesturing and
Yeah,
obviously I
he
pointed out.
takes
So
it and says, I will take it out and set it in the foyer, where we will retrieve it when you actually call."
thank you,
Right.
thank you.
So he leaves. He exits with your briefcase out, and you can hear him quietly moving down the hall. And the cook, make a Swiss check for me, would you?
Yeah, and yeah, I'm speaking fluently right now in
Right,
this
in
early
French.
hour.
I mean, they're speaking French. They're both French. But she raises an eyebrow and says, "You are not French, are you? Or you are Swiss, are you not?" As she starts to put some croissants in front of you and pour you coffee and eggs and bacon, or you smell the eggs and bacon, ham cooking, which you know
French.
in occupied
Um,
Germany is this is a luxury here. So somehow, some way, they must have some pull to have ham,
yeah,
things like
yeah.
that.
Well, I know ration out and everything like that. So yeah, that's part of my thing where I was so ingratiated toward like having an opportunity to indulge. You know what I mean? But I look at her, yes, ma'am, as I'm hungrily like nibbling onto the food she's offering me, and I take the coffee and inhale its aroma and drink it, and I say, yes, through half of a mouthful. Swiss I am, but my my people's my heritage. Family here. So oftentimes I have to communicate in French, and I'm saying this in French.
French is good. What was your family's name?
My family's name is Smythe. I do a French version of
Right. Okay.
Smith.
Okay. And she raises an eyebrow. Yeah, well, it's you're here. You've come a long way from Switzerland, right? To do your work. And she again turns and dishes up more another heap of scrambled eggs and goes back to cooking and preparing. The chauffeur.
It is. Yeah, I'll just make a comment. It is. It is good to see that that you have the necessities, and I'll look at the food, and this is exquisite that you're able to be afforded this, considering the situation at hand.
Yeah, she.
So I'll drop that pause in the air.
Yeah, she somewhat frowns at this. She says, as the chauffeur enters the kitchen again, and the chauffeur says, the Lieutenant Bueller is up, and he wants his tray." And so he tosses his chauffeur cap over on the table as she starts to hurriedly put the Lieutenant Bueller's breakfast on a tray. And again, you note with your watch that it's about, at this point, it's about, 7:15 or so.
Yeah,
Right? So that means Lieutenant Bueller up bright and early, and he's demanding. And so you can tell both of them, their entire countenance changes when they mention Bueller. They both stiffen a little bit. They clearly don't like Lieutenant Bueller. And he gathers up the tray as she piles all of his breakfast on it.
Well, I'm setting down my coffee at that time after when he says that to ingratiate myself more with them, and I stand up and I try to help her. What do you need? So I'm not so above the people, but I want to support the people that I'm grabbing trays or what that I'm pre-pouring coffee for the Lieutenant Bueller. I walk over and put the cup on the tray and then look at her with a knowing kind of half-hearted smile.
Yeah, she gives you a soft smile and hurriedly puts it on, and then she thanks you and hands the tray up to the chauffeur, and the chauffeur nods at her and looks at you. Thank you, Monsieur. And he's out ducking and out the door again as he keeps having to duck through these tight hallways. She's about 5 foot, maybe 4'11". She's a tiny little woman, plump, middle-aged, and clearly has been doing this her whole life and very good at it, very efficient. Her food is excellent. And he's out and down the hall. And she turns and scoffs.
Are your family from this area? From Marseille?
Marnay, yes. My family. I grew up here. Went into service as a young girl. Started as a kitchen wench as a young girl, washing dishes, and I worked my way up. And I have been with Benoit's now for 25 years. I am, and as she says this, her ears perk. And you hear it. She hears it before you because she's accustomed to it. You hear the high-pitched voices of children upstairs, and she smiles and says, "Oh, the children are up." And she starts to
smile too and look up and just is the response to her.
Okay.
Children, I love children. It's good to see that they're happy.
Yeah, she smiles and says, They are finally at an age that they are, and you can hear, and she says, Clarice, the oldest girl, 9, and of course Robin, the youngest boy, is but 5, and they can be hellions, they can be but they are but children.
They fill the house with joy and life.
Do you have children?
In these times, it's more than needed,
Do you have children of your own? And she's smiling. She's putting together their breakfast and smiling as you're having this conversation. You can see her calmly putting together their little trays. Right.
Unfortunately, no, Madame. My work, it seems that it sends me off on so many errands and travels. It's hard for me to settle down anywhere to raise children appropriately. Mm-hmm. But I do adore the chance and opportunity to see the life that children can bring about. Mm-hmm. And we realize that to assure their future, we would go through almost any sacrifice. Mm-hmm. And I'll put my hand on her plump hand and whatever and kind of squeeze it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the Benoits, should they be about rousing now? Since all the lieutenant's making such a racket, I'm sure.
Right. The chauffeur comes back in with the tray in hand and sets it on the table, and she says, the children, he goes, yes, I know. And so he grabs up 2 trays, one in each hand, and he ducks under. He says, I will deliver these to the children. And then he says, I have let Lady Jacqueline know that you are here. So he goes, if you will follow me, and he's heading out with the trays, and he's asked you to follow him, right?
Okay, I've got my hat off and tucked underneath there, and I turn around and put my hand on the woman's head again. It's been a pleasure, madame. And then and I'll retreat almost backwardly and turn around and follow him through the exit.
She doesn't. You can sense it. She doesn't follow you. I mean, her eyes don't follow you as you follow out. She smiles at you and turns back to her duties. She isn't watching you and in your experience that tells you she's comfortable with you, right? She's not overly watching you. You follow him through a tight, narrow servants' hallway, and he kind of with a foot pushes a door open. It swings out into the main hall.
I kind of reach past him and help push the door open.
He steps out and he nods across this large entranceway, and he nods towards your bag sitting on a table by the front door. And it's a big entranceway with a large staircase going up, and the staircase goes up and it winds around the top to bedrooms, etc. on this level. And he's headed toward the stairway, and he nods across to your briefcase, and then he nods to a doorway, a double doorway that's slightly ajar, and says, "That is the morning room. Go make yourself comfortable in the morning room, and Miss Benoit will be down."
Thank you, monsieur. And to hear my foot steps across the tile.
And he, very light step for this big man, very light steps, short chops up the stairs, balancing both these trays. And you see him turn to the right, and you can watch him on the carpeted floors walk around the edge as you gather up your briefcase and dip into the morning room.
I'm doing that as I'm entering the double door. I open it up, and then I'm watching him walk to see what room he walks into, and as well as looking across the whole of the mezzanine area.
Yeah.
And I'll then pivot and walk into the room.
Yeah.
Set the briefcase down and find a seat to settle into.
Okay. So he goes to the very last room first, and you hear him knock on the door and call out Clarice, and you see him set the tray on the floor outside her room, and then he goes to the next door, and you hear him knock, and he actually turns the handle with that free hand and opens the room, and you see some young boy take the tray from him and shut the door and disappear. And then you see him quickly down the stairs and back to the kitchen area as you step in. In here, now you've come through, these double doors push open, and you just kind of squeeze through. And this is a large room, beautiful windows that open and walk out into the garden area. There are 2 couches here. There is a large oak desk. Behind it, a library to the ceiling, a bookshelf library to the ceiling.
That's what I was going to say. When I sat down, all I'm doing is looking for books and to see if there's any paraphernalia, to see what language the books are in.
French. Everything is, As you walk around and take in the library, the books are in French. There is many papers on the desk. There is a quill, an ink. That has obviously been used. Who knows? There are papers.
The subject matter of the books is what I'm trying to discern.
Oh, all kinds of things, from classic literature to political law books. You don't know much about the Jules Benoit, which is the husband of Jacqueline Benoit. You don't know much of him. Yeah. You have been warned that he might be a Nazi sympathizer, but there was no good intel on him.
That's what I'm trying to get intel now. To see,
you do notice on his desk, he was in the middle of pinning a letter. And the letter is to the mayor of Marnay, Jean-Baptiste Martin. And this letter scribbles out that while we are occupied and while we have a German, high-ranking German living with us, it would not be in my best interest to lead any, how do I say this, subtle meetings about the German occupation. It's basically a pretty formal. You can tell when he signs it. He signs it with a heavy hand, meaning by the time he finished the letter, he was a little angry because he signs it very heavy-handedly. Right, the ink gets right. But it is definitely it's a strong-worded no to the mayor about organizing any meetings about the German occupation.
Okay. Yeah, I shift that, from reading it back to its original position. And I'm walking around and I look out the double windows into the vista and hear the cock crow somewhere out in the distance.
Yep. And
I
with
turn
that,
around, look at my watch.
you actually see a little old man with a mule and a cart of tools, and you see him coming up the entrance, and he veers off toward the gardens, and he takes out shears, and you can see, the gardener has arrived
Yeah.
to work the property.
Okay. I turn around and look at my watch and decide to settle down in the seat
Okay.
once again.
There is, of course, a bar with drinks and things like that, scotch, bourbon. All of it, again, you notice is of high quality. This is something you would not see in occupied during the war. This late in the war,
yeah,
1944.
Yeah, they're allowed to have this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a treat even for neutral countries to see quality, this kind of quality.
But, I get where you're going on that. So yeah.
Okay.
So I know what kind of territory I'm in as far as hospitableness.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll sit down and make myself proper. I'm not going to pour myself a drink or anything, but I'll await. I'll await my client.
You sit about 20 minutes. You hear now a little bit around the house. You hear the cook talking. You hear the high chirp of the children. They must be up and around. And you hear the sharp sliding of the doors. These doors operate together, so as you push one, the other one moves with it. As they're on a hinge system, and so these doors are pushed open, and standing there is a elegantly dressed 5'11", lean, middle-aged man with a little mustache, and he looks.
Immediately stand up and straighten my clothing and pick up my briefcase and take 2 long strides toward him and proffer my hand out.
He reaches out, shakes your hand. I am Lord Benoit. I am Jules Benoit. May I ask your
Lord Benoit? I nod.
And he says, "Would you care for tea, coffee, a drink?" And as he moves around his office, his morning room, to behind his desk, you see he sees his letter and kind of picks it up and flips it over, and kind of frowns at himself for leaving it out. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. I pay no particular attention purposely, or no reaction for that, as I'm starting to rifle through my documents in there. Lord Benoit, I am Leon Bachmann from Switzerland. I came in via the train this morning. I have some news, some pressing news that I need to impart to you and your wife concerning some legal matters, in particular some inheritance. That
his eyebrows raise. Jacqueline, inheritance. Oh yes. He picks up and rings a bell while you're having this conversation. Sets it down.
Okay. It's quite exciting, and I do expect to work out the details. Though I must admit that I just came on the train this morning, so I'm a little bit. I haven't settled in so much as and I stop and I say, maybe if you wouldn't mind a little bit of brandy. It's been a long night, and jostling around on the train, it didn't afford me much sleep.
Yeah,
as it were.
He's up and he goes over and he pours you a drink as the chauffeur comes in, and clearly now you're realizing the chauffeur is more than a chauffeur. He's kind of the butler. They clearly have two main servants.
Yeah, he's wearing a lot of different hats.
Yeah, exactly. He pops in and he bows.
I raise an eyebrow at him showing up again, and then gesture toward him and just smile.
Right, and he looks right at him. He doesn't acknowledge you as the purview of a servant. You don't acknowledge guests, right? So he says, "Yes, monsieur, you rang the bell," and he turns and hands you the brandy, and he says, "Yes, tell the lady that she has a visitor who must discuss important matters with her." And the chauffeur, before he leaves, he starts to leave. Yes, sir. And as he turns, He also turns back and says, and the lieutenant is preparing to leave. He asks if you want him to drop the children off at school on the way. And he says, of course, if he wants to drop the children off, sure. And the chauffeur then nods and says, then, sir, after I tell the lady, I will be driving he and the children in the car. And he says, yes, that is fine. So they exchange this. The chauffeur leaves, and the chauffeur shuts the doors behind him. Boom. So you're cut off. Again,
I nod to him, wait a second, and turn around and clear my throat again. Mm-hmm. Lord, as I was saying, and I reach out and grab the brandy and from where he'd set it down, and thank you. Mm-hmm. But the lady, there seems to have been an inheritance of some magnitude that I need to impart into their legal documents. But as I say, it was a long train ride, and I hate to impose, but and don't want to presume hospitality, but you seem to be possibly amenable to that. I haven't. These papers may take a day or two to go through fully. So if you could afford me possibly a room for the night, it may be a long trek back to the village.
Yes, we have more than enough room. You are more than welcome to stay. But he does furrow his brow, and he motions for you to have a seat, relax, and he sits down in the sofa opposite of you, waits for you to be seated, and he's, are you with me, or did you freeze?
No.
Oh, I thought you froze for a second. Okay.
Yeah, I did every once in a while. Okay.
So he says, and he basically says, but be aware, we have a lieutenant. I forgot his first name. Damn, where's he at? We have Lieutenant Herman Bueller staying with us. And so if you are so inclined to break bread with a Nazi for dinner and cohabitate with a Nazi for whatever time it takes you to conclude this business, just be aware of that.
No, Lord, I do appreciate your hospitality and allowing you to open your home and trust toward me. I just, in these times, and I kind of clutched the briefcase a little bit. I just don't want to be. I would rather expedite our business, and that can be done more so efficiently if I'm not traversing back and forth every day and putting these documents.
Oh yes, you are absolutely free to stay. The door slides open quietly and calmly, and a beautiful, elegant woman about 5'3" steps through. And this early in the morning, she is exquisitely dressed, tight, professional, modern clothes.
Mademoiselle, I say, almost sputtering it out, and then I turn around back, and I do more so, probably almost truthfully, but to make a show of it.
Okay.
Simply, and then I'll catch myself like I've just witnessed a breathtaking event, and then I'll check myself and glance over toward the Lord and shut up.
In French, you greet her in French?
Yes.
Okay. So let's make a roll real quick on your French rating.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. She comes in and she raises a hand, very with much confidence, and kind of smiles and thanks you and poo-poos and looks at her husband, and he says, good morning, and he gets up and he approaches her to give her a kiss, and of course she turns a cheek to him, but it's clear, the look on her face, there's some hostility between them. And with that, he bows at her and he says, good morning. I will retire to the dining room for my breakfast, and I will leave you. And he introduces you, Mr. Bachman.
When he's trying to struggle from a name,
Right.
that's when I say
Yes.
it.
Right. Mr. Bachman, to do your business, and then he leaves and he shuts the door flush, and she immediately goes over and pours herself a stiff drink, a little more than you
Yeah.
would anticipate. She is
I
again
got
young.
kind of halfway hold up my half finished brandy and
She is younger
look at
than
this about
him,
that.
and again, you know from your briefing that she is an American who married into this nobility. And everything about her, from your history, screams this is definitely an American. She is confident. She carries
I'm
herself
sizing her up, looking for bruises or anything on her, right?
right.
So while I'm doing this, but I'm kind of being timid in
Mm-hmm.
my mannerisms, but affable and a little bit cautiously shy
Right.
as far as my countenance, right?
Right.
So I kind of half raise the glass up
Mm-hmm.
and take a response, but I'm looking at her. She's shotting that stiff drink down,
Mm-hmm.
and she steps it down, and I'll start to pull out the briefcase, which I, you know, tucked really quickly as she walked in,
Mm-hmm.
and let them transfer, and then I'll walk up slowly and open the briefcase and kind of look up at her,
Yep.
and just pick it up and slide it across the desk.
Okay.
Okay, and
She
pop it open.
yeah, she informally goes over to the coffee table and pops open a cigarette case and draws a cigarette. She says, "Do you mind?" And no matter what you say, she pops it in and she pulls up the lighter, lights the cigarette with her drink, and she plops down on the couch. And she says, "No, you might as well bring those papers to me here. I'm not sitting at the desk." She's very informal, and she takes a long drag on her freshly lit cigarette.
Okay,
She is
I watch her go down and sit down and do that while I do, and then I'll reclasp the as you wish.
yeah, and
Mademoiselle.
she's probably 15 years younger than her husband,
Okay.
right?
I'll sit down.
He's probably 45. She's about 30 something, right? Okay.
I'll sit down and then put the thing on the coffee table in front of us, and unclasp the sides again, and then open the briefcase.
Yeah.
And I'll look at her, pause for a second. Mademoiselle, it seems that one of your relatives has, and I'll try to reach out my hand and put it on her hand,
Mm-hmm.
just cautiously so,
Mm-hmm.
has departed. I must give you my condolences for this. And I'm looking at her for a response. I'll take my hand off and then kind of slide cautiously in to pull out the paperwork
Mm-hmm.
and shut the briefcase again and lay it on top of the paperwork.
Okay.
I mean, lay the paperwork on top of the
Right.
briefcase.
She
I'm kind of looking at her.
she leans forward and knocks the ash off her cigarette and looks up at you and says, "You are not French. You are not European. You are way too intimate. Who are you?"
I'll glance around.
Let's
Well,
make
then
a person check here. Let's make a person
came
check
in.
here.
Yeah, I came in from the train this morning from Switzerland, and I have the paperwork to show this, but I've got some ancestor here in French. That's why I like to speak this.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to take the opportunity to speak
Mm-hmm.
French whenever I am afforded the chance.
Mm-hmm. No, your French is fantastic, but your manner is not European.
So I carry myself in a way that you approve of.
A Frenchman and a Swiss man would never touch me like that.
He froze up. What'd you say? You froze up right there.
She says your manner is not a European. A Frenchman or a Swiss lawyer would never touch me like that. She said
I looked down at my
little,
hand, kind of like realizing that I just made a faux pas.
yeah, and maybe reflecting back on the 6 months of training where they tried to beat this
Well,
out of you, but your American comes through.
to confirm her thing, and not that I have to say to confirm it, but I'll reach across and then put my hand back on her hand again and squeeze a little bit like a knowing thing.
Right.
And I'll
So
give
she draws a long draw on her cigarette.
Yeah.
Then with that same hand, finishes her brandy and sets it down, and then she kind of squirms
Perhaps
away.
we have more in common than you realize.
She squirms away and stands up and walks over to look out on the gardener working on the garden, and she's watching the gardener while she draws on the cigarette. So what is the business? Who is it that has died, and what is it you are here to do for me? And you were, of course, given the name for supposed heritage that died. Right.
Yeah, I'm here and I kind of walk up beside her and looking. I leave the paperwork on the desk, and I'd said that when she got up about perhaps we have more, and I trailed off as she walks and looks out, and I stand up and walk beside her, and I look out and I say, perhaps we do have more in common than I would like to, that I could say.
She takes a large draw on her cigarette and turns to face you and blows smoke right into your face. And she says, "In what way do you refer?" And just as before you can answer, the door slides open.
Take a step back,
and the door slides open violently and kind of bounces. Somebody pushes this, and standing there is a tall German, 6'1", impeccably dressed. You turn and you see his lieutenant. He's an army lieutenant.
Yeah.
Hair coiffed beautifully, lean, athletic, blue eyes, striking blue eyes. And he clicks his heels and he says, "Ah, monsieur, I would like to bid you a fond day as I am off to the villa." And the kids come running in, race up and grab hold of him and around his legs. And these kids clearly like this German. And you can see as she turns her countenance shocked, the doors just swing open, no regard for privacy. You can see her jaw muscles tighten. Yeah. And you can see the horror in her eyes as she watches her children embrace this German. And then he nods, and then he pats the children on the head and leaves them as he crosses the room, not even looking at you, completely ignoring you, and takes her hand and kisses her hand, clicks his heels. And then he swings open the garden doors and snaps, and the children come running. And he puts on his hat as they circle the house to go get in the car. And she stands, after he takes her hand, she never follows him. She just stands rigid and staring out the library doors into the foyer.
Okay, I just melted into the background as much as possible when he did all that stuff. And I kind of reconvened, and I'm watching her reaction to him throughout this whole thing. And when he starts driving out, and going down the driveway.
And she never turns to watch the car. She never turns to look out. She just stands rigid. You can see her jaw muscles working. You can see.
Okay, I'm looking at that, and then I'll break the silence with it seems that the German that you have living here, like the lieutenant, it seems that he is a benefit to the household more than he should be. He's taking the children to school. That's a very
while you're saying this, she crosses over and she pours herself another brandy and lights up another cigarette.
I want my statements to kind of trail off if she isn't immediately, and kind of leave hanging, like I'm reaching out there. And she's pouring another brandy, and so I'll walk around the table again, or the couch, back to where the briefcase is. I'm kind of standing there, and I draw my fingers across the top of the thing, and I say, "But, Mademoiselle, I mean, perhaps as you suggest, we do have possibly a similar heritage. Although I came in from a train from Switzerland, um, it seems that your posture too is not indicative of the surroundings. Does it not fall to? Do you not uh, feel at home here?
She takes a long drag on her new cigarette, takes a swig of this brandy, sitting now
I don't want to be presumptuous.
cross-legged. She says, "We are occupied by Nazis, and we are living. A Nazi is living under my roof and has befriended my children." She said, "Say what you will, we have benefited greatly from this, but we are not." And she says, "I will be frank." And she stuffs out her cigarette with violence, and stands straightening her dress. And she looks at you leaving her brandy on the table. And she says, "I will speak plainly to you. I do not know where your sympathies lie, but I cannot stand the Nazis." And she said, but we must endure, mustn't we?"
Pick up the briefcase and walk over to where she is and slide it back. Just set it on the desk, because in my mind, she's in that area, and I'll say, well, aside from sympathies and affiliations, I too, and I've glanced both sides, too believe that a people should be able to govern themselves. And though while I do have heritage here, it does pain me to see my people subjected so. If that answers your question. And then I'll shuffle around the papers a little bit and pull them out, and I'll open the file.
Okay.
As you can see that there was some inheritance here that could change your positions. It seems that you're allowed certain privileges that are otherwise restricted by those here French and others alike. It would seem that Sweden doesn't suffer as you have, but you stand, it seems, in opposition to man's inhumanity to man, as it were. And I'll make a gesture toward the road the German just left down. So in that capacity, I say that we're aligned, that we're attuned. And if I'm to be frank with you, and I'll gesture toward that, and look for her assertion that we're not in a bugged area, you know what I mean, or whatever. You're granted these privileges. You're housing a German. I'm not saying this, but you can tell by the tense composure of my body, going from this affable kind of demure, diminutive posture. I can tell that you're afforded these luxuries. Your husband.
We are afforded them because of that vile man's constant, unwanted advancements upon me and my coward of a husband.
If you
all of this, and she points at the scotch and the brandy, and these are because of that Lieutenant Bueller trying to worm his way into my bed. So you do not know all I suffer. He has charmed my children. My husband is a worthless coward, and but he will not gain from me anything other than what I must do to survive under the yoke of the Germans. But with that said, what can you tell me of this inheritance? And to be frank, what can you legally do to guarantee that this cannon, this codicil remains in my ownership and not fall under the legal ownership of the French. Let's make a mind check. Let's make a mind check first to see if you would know the legal. I mean, they've been working with you on law, but see if you can answer this legal question, if you attempt to, anyway.
No.
Okay, so she's asked you a question now that's going to be dicey for you to answer.
But I can't answer it, so I'm going to say something different to her. Okay.
Gotcha. Right.
All right. So I say, promises. No, I can't make. And to be frank with you, ma'am, as you were with me, I offer you the possibility of a different trajectory that your life is on now. You can change that course if only with a certain amount of courage, which you and I shut up, obviously
now
have in determination.
So now she reaches out to pick up her brandy. You see her hand shaking a little bit as she picks up the brandy and finishes it. And she says, what kind of a lawyer cannot answer a basic legal question? And she goes over to make sure the library doors are secured shut. She circles the room, giving you a wide berth, and she pulls shut the garden doors and pulls the curtain shut. And she turns and sets the cup down again with a little violence. It's a pretty heavy, empty glass down on the bar. And she says, "Who are you?"
I am Leon Bachman, is who you need to know. From Switzerland. I've come here to give you paperwork of a legal capacity, or at least presumably so, but admittedly so. To be forthright with you, ma'am, as you were with me, it is a ruse. I need to speak with you. Your brother...
she takes 3 steps closer, and you can tell now she is very curious. But she approaches by 3 steps closer to you.
Yeah.
Now, listening intently.
Okay, as she comes up, I'll pause while she steps up. And then it enables me to lower my voice slightly. Your brother... he and I both went to Oxford together.
Marcus, yes. He never spoke of Leon Bachman, but that's no surprise.
We were on the rowing team together. There were several of us, so maybe in passing he wouldn't have this. But
you know Marcus is currently in a concentration camp. Do you not know that?
Unfortunately, no, I did not know. But I do know that that through my knowledge of Marcus, I was approached to approach you because something's in the wind, and though I cannot say what myself without having the knowledge, I do know that. For it to be fully effective, we have to know why the German General Hassenberg is stationed in the villa in Marseille, and what his intent is exactly. And I have to find contacts here that would enable me to get in close proximity with him to do that. So,
Lieutenant Lieutenant Bueller here is a high-ranking member of his science team. Bivouacs with us. Does not want to live at the villa, but he never speaks of what they work on at the villa. But he is always arrogant about the war being in their favor. It is just but a matter of time.
Well, unfortunately, I know to your dismay that he's so forward with you, but perhaps that can work in our favor, as it will perhaps keep him off guard and potentially more loose-lipped, as it were, to that information.
Are you asking me
So if
to spy on Lieutenant Bueller?
I'm asking you to reach deep within yourself and ask you these questions to, do you want to see the proliferation of German Nazism spread throughout your country and your land?
Of course not. I want him out of my house. I want them out of my country. I want my children to be raised liberated from Nazi scum. And she goes over and grabs the glass and carries it over to the bar and sets it with other dirty dishes. And she turns and she says, I will do what it takes. What is it you ask of me?
Then indeed our sympathies do align. Whether or not it aligns with your husband's, or
he's a coward. I would not mention you. No. We must maintain the facade that you are here as a lawyer working on my inheritance. By the way, is this true? Have I inherited anything, or is this all a lie? Is that a lie?
Unfortunately not, but we had to come up with something to be able to facilitate your possible extraction.
Then I will tell you that I will gladly help, but we must maintain this facade in front of my husband and my children, and obviously the Lieutenant Bueller, as they would have you shot if they knew why you were here.
And we're of one mind. I know the precarious position.
Matter of fact, I believe we should keep your identity secret from the chauffeur, the cook. She said, "I can tell you that the local mayor is not sympathetic. He is not comfortably in the Vichy government, but he is determined not to do anything to get villagers killed by the Germans. Do you know they currently, for every German killed, they will kill 10 civilians? Are you aware of that? You're not. If you were here to kill,
to get villagers what?
He said, are you aware of their current posture? For every German killed, they kill 10 villagers. So I do hope you are not here to cause much death. As many villagers will suffer. I'm not here to
decimate the population. I am here to clear a path, as it were, for the liberation of this country and succeeding liberation of other countries to follow, to squash this inhumanity to man.
And how do you plan on going about that?
You're living through.
And how are you planning on going about that? Lieutenant Bueller, he is but one man here. How are you planning on doing that from our little estate?
Together, it's the locale of the state, and fortunately enough, Bueller is a possible avenue for more information, and to enter the other state, because I need to find out why the general, the head of German biochemistry warfare, is doing here, and why. Because this could topple or overturn our plans toward liberating this country. In effect.
So she says, then you will need to learn some things. Follow me. And she starts to lead you out. She slides the doors and she crosses the mezzanine again to the servant's door that you came out earlier, and winds you back through to the kitchens. And of course the cook immediately straightens up. Oh, lady, and she bows and she says, Rose, calm yourself. And she goes over and she actually gives Rose a little hug. And then she goes over and takes the key off a hook by the back door and says, these are the keys to the sedan. I suggest you make excuse to sightsee while here in Marne doing business. And take in as much, of the scenery as you care to. Again, not hinting as to why you're here in front of the cook. Hand you the keys to the sedan. And then she says, and let me show you to your room. And she leads you out, up the stairs. She leads you to the left all the way down and up another flight of stairs to that third floor where there is another couple of bedrooms. You pass a room, and as she stops at that room, and she says, "This is the lieutenant's room," and she tries the doorknob, it's locked. She said he keeps it locked when he is not here, and then she takes you down to another bedroom, and you see at the far end of the corridor is another door, and she points to that door and says, "That takes you onto the roof, or to the attic, which will take you onto the roof." And then she swings the door open, and there's a little bed here with a dresser. This is clearly would have been a butler's room had they had a butler, right? This is where the butler would have stayed. And so she tells you, bring your luggage here. This is where you will stay while you are with us. And then she says, "I will do the best I can to keep the lieutenant when he's here comfortable and occupied and off guard that I can humanly do. And I beg you, do not bring hell upon my family and my children."
Mademoiselle, that is not my intent. I wish to ask of you no more than to help continue the disillusion that this lieutenant suffers, so we can maintain that. Even though I know that it is a hard ask, it's a hard thing to stomach. And if perhaps you can gather information to me that you could afford me and to access to the general's quarters, whether it be through permission or through some kind of a backdoor entrance. Either way, it would help facilitate me gathering the intel I need.
I know. All I know of is everything about the Dupree village is historical archive at the local library. You can find out much just at the library on the actual property. I don't know anything about getting you in. I have no clout. It is very, very high security. You will find German patrols night and day. You will find entry points.
I'll look at her kind of knowingly that I need her to elevate the amount of play, and I'll calm her down and look at you. Yes, ma'am. I can do likewise, Mademoiselle. Looking at the library and such, but the lieutenant is an opportunity that has fallen into our laps that needs to be explored.
Yes.
And I hate to ask, but if you do take a country ride or anything, or have a sip of or some wine with the lieutenant to loosen the waggle his tongue a little bit, maybe he can afford you some information that you could then share with me, and innocently enough. So
never fret. I understand what you are asking of me, and I will do all I can within the bounds of my character. And she says, "But
I look at her and smile, and that knowing smile, and I thank you for your hospitality, and I will, and I'll look at her and I'll smile and say, and your country thanks you."
And she says, "This is not, you may not know it, but I am an American. I've married into this country. I am not French." And she says that somewhat surprised that you would think this is her country.
Oh, I know, but I just smile at her like right. I knew all along type thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
okay.
Of course, ma'am.
And she shows you to the attic, and she shows you the door is normally locked, but there's a key they keep on the above the door, and she shows you there's a key to get into the attic. And then she passes Bueller's door again. She says, "I have a key," and she pulls out the keys and she opens his door and swings it open. It's immaculate. His bed is military made. His uniforms and his civilian clothes are pressed and hung perfectly. In the you see about his room, there is no evidence of papers. It is sparse, it is Spartan, and it is immaculate. However, she says he is gone. He may not return until dinner tonight. Feel free to investigate his room. But I will now retire to talk to the cook. And I will be at some point, if you need the vehicle, please let me know. I will make another arrangements, but I will at some point need to go into town. But she basically retires from your presence. I'm sorry, what?
Okay. Yeah, just a little break up there. But I said I stop her before she departs, and with a little exuberating like a smile and not overly so, but like a thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say and reach out and I say, but your husband, well, what are his hours?
My husband. Well, he is a man of leisure. He does sit on many boards and councils, but he, for the most part, is a man of leisure. He does very little. So
he's around about the villa regularly.
Generally, he is here about the estate, but he does go into town when he has matters of meetings and etc. However, clearly today he is probably in his study right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If thank you for the alert.
Mm-hmm.
So such, I'll keep an eye out for him. And I spoke with him about giving me at least a certain amount of time to be able to do the paperwork. So I would appreciate when we can reconvene during the day
mm-hmm.
and share knowledge, and then you can afford me what you have found, and
right.
and we can go take care of the documents that
okay.
you need to sign.
Okay, so she with that she leaves, and she leaves you standing there in the open doorway of his bedroom, Bueller's bedroom,
Gotcha.
And glancing at your watch, you have at some point you are required with your long range radio to make an attempt to inform headquarters of your situation.
Okay, what I'll do is I just walk around his room for a second. I don't muss anything up, as it's immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scanning just to see if I see anything whatsoever out of the ordinary.
Let's make a mind check.
I don't see anything as far as I can tell.
No, typical German. Everything is in its place. Everything is immaculately kept. It is organized. And again, he has left, obviously being in a high security job, he has left nothing, for you to, at least at first glance, he's left nothing out that would betray what he's working on at the villa.
Typical good German. And then I'll turn around and walk and lock the door.
Okay.
And shut it behind me and go to the navigate my way to the rooftop where the flag is.
Yep.
And stand on that balcony, oversee, and then pull out my radio.
Okay.
And see if I can get.
And you can see now it's mid-morning, about 9 o'clock, and you can look out now and see as the clouds have burned off a bit. You can see the village of Marnay. There's a large green hill of expanse between you and the village of Marnay, but you can see the rooftops. Again, you remember back before the war when you had been in this area, and so you know of it. Stone brick homes with shell rooftops that glisten red and pink and peach in the sun. Cobblestone roads, stone walls, short walls that surround the village, tight, narrow streets. And again, to the right of Marnay is the obviously Dupree Villa, a large estate with larger walls. From here, the walls, it looks as if it's an old castle, a medieval castle architecture. You can see from here mingling of German soldiers at the front gate. You can see German soldiers in pairs that patrol the walls. You can see where they've put up sandbags and things around the front of the gate. And just glancing at this villa from here, it is definitely well secured.
Imposing. Yeah.
And it is clearly a large estate, probably housing many of the scientists, many of the officers, many of those who work there probably live on that villa. However, for some reason, Bueller is bivouacked here. Why? Who knows? Right?
That's fine, and that's another thing I want to do from this vantage point was ascertain the situation. But I was looking for any kind of caravan or trucks that might be able to haul chemical or large things. You know what I mean? Situated there, if there's anything going.
Well, as you spend time setting up your I'm assuming setting up your radio, or no? Did you say that, or did I jump?
Exactly.
Okay, so as you're setting up the radio and preparing to use that, you keep an eye out, and yeah, there's Jeeps that come and go, there are trucks that come and go, but nothing that would tell you that they're actually shipping out anything, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And as I'm doing this and setting up the radio, then I'll set up, and I know we have code speak or whatever, wind talkers, but I'll
yeah, and we're gonna have to make a mind check because it's a matter of getting this information not only correctly delivered but also within an amount of time before German triangulation would pick it up. So make that mind check to see how we do here.
Yeah, I'm wrestling with the. I'm wrestling with the equipment, and I accidentally turned it all on and off a couple of times.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to be cooperating.
Okay. So so with that you may have gotten some information through, but you're not certain, but you can't risk trying again.
Oh yeah, it seems like I curse under my breath. And then I start to repackage it back up. And
okay. And as you do, you notice
I glance at the flag.
Yeah. Okay. And as you see the French flag clearly under the Nazi flag, and then you see coming down, and as you do, you see a truck coming down the drive. It is a beat up old truck. It pulls to a stop fairly far from the front door, and a man gets out, and you see him come around the back, and you see him unload a couple of crates, what it looked like to be groceries, and he delivers those to the back kitchen door where you had come in this morning. You watch this as he returns to his truck, piles in, gets it started, backs up this rumbly old thing. It dies a couple of times, gets it jump started, and then off down the road as he is disappeared into the distance. And the gardener appears. You now see his mule and his cart as he has moved to the other side of the estate. And he's cutting hedges and trimming things on the other side of this estate. But not much else is happening outside around the estate, right? It's empty, green, beautiful, as this is spring, right?
Yeah, I glance at it after. I look up at the flag. I look down and see all of that, and then glance. My eyes level up to Marseille, and then I turn on my heel, and I go to retrieve the key in the proffered vehicle, so I can take a leisurely drive until the lady is ready to see me about the documents.
Yep. Okay.
So,
as you pass through the house, again, there's not a whole lot here. You don't see him through the little bit of time you're in the house. You don't see the Lord. You don't know where she's disappeared to. You can hear the cook at times banging around in the kitchen. And as you leave the front door, to the right is the sedan, and next to that is that German Jeep that he topped up. The chauffeur clearly thought that the lieutenant would drive his German vehicle in today, but he did not. He chose to take the children, so they took the Mercedes, a large car.
Yeah.
The chauffeur has not yet returned, so... which is a bit of a surprise. You'd think, he's got to get into Marnay, but you can see Marnay from here. It's not that far. But to your surprise, you have not seen the actual Mercedes as you were on the roof, looking around the village, watching the villa. But the chauffeur has not actually returned yet.
Okay. Rose, I'm walking into the kitchen now. Have you seen
Raoul? Raoul?
Right. Thank you.
No, Raoul took the lieutenant to work and the children to school this morning. He probably, the lieutenant, takes liberties. And you can see, again, there's a little vein throbbing in her forehead as she talks about the German. She clearly doesn't like the German.
She bites down on the word liberties,
Yeah, takes liberties and asks the chauffeur to run errands and do things for him. So it's conceivable.
Yeah, I do a little light smile and say, of course.
Mm-hmm. It's conceivable that's what's happening there.
So he's utilizing Raoul more so than possibly he ought. I understand that, I appreciate you both for working as hard as you do to keep the facilities here top notch. I must add,
Mm-hmm.
and I give a smile to her, and again, put my hand on her shoulder and squeeze a little bit in a knowing thing. But one of the cars, might they be available otherwise?
She frowns, not understanding the question.
It's okay, Rose. I just needed to go into Marseille, and
Oh, did the lady not give you the keys to the sedan? That means you're free to use it at your leisure.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, she does. And I plaster them in my pocket and let them check over it.
Okay.
Of course. And then I turn around and smile to her and then walk out and get into the sedan
Okay.
and crank it up.
Yeah. It rumbles
It
to life. It is a two-door, old French, Renault. And it cranks to life.
Yeah.
It's got narrow little European tires, and so you feel every bump, and you feel every freaking puddle in the road, and it rattles it down this, a pre-war vehicle, rattles down the driveway, hitting maybe tops. You might hit 45 miles an hour in this thing once you're on the paved road, and sure enough, you do come out onto a paved road off the driveway.
That's fine. I'm jostling around and driving, and when I'm pulling in, jostling around and driving, and when I'm pulling into Marseille, at the onset, I'm looking toward the bakery.
Yep.
I'm driving through.
Beautiful medieval. This goes back to medieval times. Again, cobblestone, stone streets, stone buildings, stone walks, immaculately kept. There's green. Everything's blooming as we're in April, early spring. It's been a beautiful spring. There are Germans that stand on, not every street corner, but there's a German soldier that might smoke and pace along a street with a rifle over his shoulder. They don't appear to be accosting the villagers or things, but every once in a while you'll see a German soldier talking to a villager.
I'll stop and lean out and speak to a German soldier as I pass in French.
Yep.
And I'll say, the bakery, the croissants, where do...
Yeah, he takes a draw on his cigarette, walks up, looks into your vehicle, blows smoke into your face, and then grunts out in purposely in German, not caring if you understand or not, where the bakery's at.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you, monsieur. And I'm rolling up the window as I'm leaving, right? Mm-hmm. And I drive on toward the bakery.
Okay.
Nobody's going to suspect a little bumbling old.
Anyway, no.
That's the thought that's trailing in my mind.
Right.
So I'm driving toward the bakery as I pull in tight. Park it tight to the curb.
On the street side, tables line the street here. Right, as a lot of French shops put tables on the street. There are two. German officers having coffee and croissant here outside on the patio, and inside you see a couple of German soldiers standing in line, obviously getting something, and not a lot of locals are in the actual shop at this hour.
Okay, I sit to the side and sit down at one of the tables.
Okay, the two officers watch you intently as you get out of the vehicle. They watch you. They stop their conversation and watch you leave the vehicle, watch you enter the shop, and they wait to see you position.
I will address them before. I don't want to just be a silent,
Okay.
Monsieur, good morning. Whenever I sit down there, I'll wait for a second. Jean-Luc.
The man behind the counter is an older gentleman in his 50s.
French.
Okay. Yeah. I will always assume you're using unless there's otherwise said. Right. So a man in an apron serves the two German soldiers as they head out with their things in hand. They're not staying. You see these German soldiers hit the street and move on. The two officers still sit in conversation and not paying attention to you in the shop. The man looks up at you and says, Jean-Luc. Jean-Luc is a delivery now. And he comes around the bakery, wipes his hands. Can I help you?
Monsieur, I take the table, a coffee croissant.
Yeah.
Just like the gentleman I pay for their meal.
No. Germans never pay. And he raises an eyebrow. They don't pay. And he kind of, does a little spit. They never pay. And he spits.
I kind of look at him like, it's good for you to facilitate our troops.
And he again raises an eyebrow and laughs, and he says, "Well, we have no choice.
They afford us great protection." And I'll turn around and be at the table outside. The coffee and croissant.
Okay.
I'm saying a little bit loud for the other Germans in there to hear me. Right. Okay.
Okay.
As I go outside and I'll sit down and sip my coffee and look at them.
Okay. As you watch, they acknowledge you come out and sit down. They don't, they might nod if you nod at them. They continue to have their conversation, though, in more hushed terms now. You notice their ranking, a lieutenant and a captain. They have a army insignias, but they also have a special band on their uniforms that you have never seen before. You notice this on the Lieutenant Bueller, as he left as well. There's some kind of special marking on their right lapel.
Well, I'm taking notice of that. Yeah,
right.
It's a
gold. It's a gold lace stitching under their rank. They eat, they talk a little bit, and then they get up and start to move on. As you sit there during the day, you actually. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I wanted to do something before they move on. When I sit down, I'll be walking out, singing a little bit of it's a beautiful spring day. The flowers all bloomed. I'm singing a little French thing, but I know a little German, so I want to key on what they're saying.
Okay.
But I want to pronounce that I'm just a Frenchman.
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm eavesdropping.
Okay. So
let's
make a either mind or German, whatever the hardest is. So German, I think, for you.
Yeah. I can't discern what they're saying. It seems muffled.
The biggest trouble is they're talking too low. It's not so much you can't understand them; they're just talking too low. Yeah.
Yeah, but I carry on with what I do. I take stock of their insignias, and then.
And you notice they carry no briefcase. They carry no papers. Right, they're in uniform. They are tucked up. It isn't like they're leisurely, like they're not off duty, so to speak. They are again very tidy Germans kept. They both as they stand, they put the chairs back in their positions. They don their caps. They pull their uniforms straight, and in unison they walk together side by side up the hill toward the actual villa. So you know that Marnay, the city of Marnay, climbs up and around in these tight little villages, but you know that up at the top of that village, it's probably 100 yards outside of Marnay is this villa. So it looks as though they're returning to the villa.
Yeah, that's fine when they're walking up. I want them to hear me in French, singing a little bit of French song about the village and the spring.
Okay.
And generally talking and happy and affable.
Okay.
But I'm sitting there waiting for Jean-Luc. I'll put my head into the
and you see this kid pile up with a bicycle. Not long after they leave, he rides up on his bike and drops it there on the pavement, and he's in a hurry, like he's going to head in until you get his attention.
I'll stop and say, after, come out here.
Yeah, he looks, he comes over, monsieur, what can I do for you? Jean-Luc, you know me?
Jose, do you know him? Maybe I need to speak with him if he's available. Do you know where he is?
The boy? The boy is Jean-Luc. That's why he says, "Do you know me?"
No, Sauvé, my contact.
I
The
didn't hear
French
you.
resistant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So,
with that he perks up an eyebrow and smiles. Sarce? And then he leans in quietly and he says, "No, I don't know
Sarce,
Sarce. Make a
could
mind
you
check.
perhaps?
Make a mind check for me."
Okay. Yes,
Uh,
I level an eyebrow at him.
yeah, mentioning the name clearly, the boy realizes you can tell from his change of demeanor that he's
Yeah,
lying. He's clearly trying to be careful about Sarce.
yeah. Of course you don't. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. But if you don't know him, maybe someone else can meet me here. Of course, of course. And then I'll take a coin and slide it to him.
Okay.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, and he says, "Here."
Here, it's better here than anywhere else.
Okay.
At the table, I'm enjoying my coffee.
Okay. So you see him goes right back over to the bike, climbs on his bike, turns around in the street, and heads down around a corner of the village. And you sit there for maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and the boy returns, and he gets off his bicycle, and he tells you that you could, whispers to you that you could...
Stretched out pretty much in a nap. And,
yeah.
Prone with my hat over my face whenever he
Yeah, and
interrupts me.
he walks up and whispers to you, you might want to take a little stroll down by the old church. Just there, sir. That's where you'll find the roses, the beautiful roses.
I'll look off in the distance, and maybe it is time for a walk.
Okay.
And I'll pat him on the head and say, "Good boy, Jean-Luc. Good boy." And then I'll just step out and.
Okay. So you pass again a couple.
I'll stop and look at him. You tend the car.
Tend the car.
Mind the car.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got it parked to the side.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, and he tips his hat. Yes, monsieur.
Okay. I'll start walking.
As you stroll down toward the old church, and again, you would have been here pre-war, and you're somewhat familiar with the location.
Yeah.
You pass a few women with baskets who are doing some in town, shopping in the village. Not a lot of men about, as they would be working, etc. You do see a couple of old men playing checkers or backgammon or something, sitting on a curb outside of the barber shop, the salon. And you pass a couple of German soldiers.
Put me in a relaxed posture.
Right.
I'm having reminiscences, sight, smells, sound, and I'm enjoying this for a moment. But
you would not know that we are in 1944, occupied France. You would not know that there was a war.
I'm like in a moment. I'm enjoying the oasis when I know in the back of my mind that I have to get down to business but it's helping me stroll.
And it's obvious to you why they picked Marnay in this villa, because war is not here, and it's an easy way for them to work on these
of course.
without drawing much attention. So you think. Anyway, you pass a couple of guards. You pass a couple of soldiers as they pass you on the street, just walking, doing their patrols around the streets.
I'll tip my hat to them, and say good morning.
You come to the street across from the church. You can see the church has been boarded up. This is strange to you that they've got the
definitely. I'll raise an eyebrow there.
And in German, Achtung, verboten is a sign taped on the front of the church door. You do see, though, the beautiful garden of the church and its roses. It's beautiful roses, and
my heart sinks a little bit of that, and I make a passing gesture to stifle the beautiful choirs, and then I'll just more determinedly walk a little bit toward the rose garden.
And as you get closer to the roses, you hear a little ruffling and you hear that low whistle.
Okay. I walk and find a seat in the rose garden,
Yeah.
the concrete bench,
Hmm.
and
And
sit down and take in a breath of the
mhm.
fragrance, and blow out another whistle.
Okay. And you hear then what sounds like behind you, uh, low. You hear his voice. What do you need? Are you in trouble?
Yeah, you broke up there. Well, sounds
Uh,
like behind me. What?
he's talking. You hear his voice come from behind
Okay.
you. Sounds like it's on the ground or something, and you hear him say, What do you need? Is there trouble?"
Not so much trouble. I just wanted to inform you of better inform you about the situation that I've discovered at hand. Um, Take a seat, and I pat on the seat. We seem to be clear of any.
Okay. And you
We
hear
seem to
him.
be alone.
You hear him stand, and he circles around and he sits beside you. And you can tell he's very nervous here, as it. He's watching intently for any German soldiers that might come walking by. He is very nervous to sit here.
Okay, he sits here. Um, Sarce, he would. I'm staying up at the villa. Wheelis saw me with the lady. Um, she is amenable to and sympathetic toward our position. Strongly, I might add. So I believe that we can feel assured in that, and you two moving forward. But I would not say so much for her husband, who is courting, as it were, uh, our our uh, our benefactors,
Yeah,
more or
he.
less his benefactors.
Yeah, he
Um,
snorts and says, "Yes, the Lord Benoit is not a friend. He is Vichy. He is Vichy."
yes, they have a Lieutenant Bueller that stays with him as well. That has pretty much ingratiated himself within the family, at least,
Yeah, he
probably
raises an
to her
eyebrow.
chagrin.
I do not know of Bueller, but I can only imagine.
The one, the area that they have commandeered is the general has commandeered as his own. Um, he works there. He's stationed there. You notice the emblems, the uh, on on there. This is chemical warfare. I have not, as myself, seen. I mean, chemical and biological, uh, biochemical warfare. The general
Hmm.
presides over. I said this to you in utmost confidence, but
He leans in and he says, "I know not, but now that you mention it, we have had three villagers die in the last few months of it would appear to be the plague or of sickness, but we just
this is
our local doctor chalked it up to the plague. But these were young,
this is
healthy Frenchmen."
this is what I wanted to warn you about: the possibility of what is going on in literally your backyard,
Hmm.
and there could be transports. This is what we worry about: breaking conventions of warfare,
Hmm.
as it were. And I need to know this, so I need to facilitate information gathering. The lady has been beneficial in facilitating that on her end toward me with Bueller, who stays there. She's going to try to open up that doorway to information. But I would like your eyes and ears here in the city itself, the village itself. But I'm going to try to approach and gain entrance to speak with um, the general, as it were, to see if I can find information that way. But if you do you know any weaknesses where Achilles heals
You'll
to
have
the
to
facility?
repeat that
Do
last
you
bit.
do you know any weaknesses, Achilles heals as it was, to any weaknesses of gaining access to this facility.
Let's make a mind check. Again, this is to see what he might know on your behalf. So make a mind check.
As it were, to initiate sabotage. Roll.
Okay.
Yes.
He tilts his eyebrow and he says, "This is there is a what is known what do you say an old priest hole that lay just 100, 200 yards north of the wall of the main villa. The Germans supposedly secured it. I don't know if the priest hole will make it into the villa or if they have collapsed it. But there is that. The general himself never leaves the villa, but it is known that he does bring prostitutes in on the weekends, and he brings in enough prostitutes for all any who reside there for R&R on the weekends."
Local prostitutes, some from your village, mayhaps.
Yes, and some maybe not prostitutes, but there's not much we can do to stop them from grabbing whatever.
Okay, I lick my finger and hold it up, and the wind changes at what intervals? What directions does it blow away from the village? Generally,
he raises an eyebrow and he says, "The wind does as the wind does. It generally blows out of the southeast, I suppose."
But away from the village. The village isn't downwind.
Right.
Correct?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Let's make a roll on that and see. Let's just see what your luck is. Let's just say you need to roll a 3 or better. So he tells you, yes, the wind, unfortunately, generally blows toward Marnay.
It's unfortunate indeed. I would not want the fallout to grace our poor city. To be frank with you, says Cersei, and speaking of sabotage, we cannot let what they brew and concoct. It's already affected 3 of your local men. Getting you further out to affect and be applied for their forces to inflict upon the liberating forces.
Okay.
It needs to be terminated now, I fear.
So he perks up and he says, "Then leave it to me. I shall work with my comrades to facilitate boom,
boom, as it were.
To facilitate a exodus of the people and the children in the village, if you can give me a timetable in which things might go awry, might go afoul."
Yes, we need to, obviously, even though I know the prostitutes may afford a distraction, but it is one that we cannot, unfortunately, leverage to our favor. So I would suggest that the exodus needs to be during the week, midweek, as it were.
Okay.
And
so he says, "I will organize."
What is today?
I will organize. This would be Sunday. Well, not a Sunday. Monday or Tuesday, probably. It doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah, midweek at the most, when traffic is lightest, and
then
perhaps
it would be at night.
At night,
it would be easier to send the message of mass evacuation of the village if it is under the darkness of night.
Yes, I would suggest so, and it would behoove us to strike at the darkest hour. Do you have are any of your associates schooled in the art of demolitions?
He smiles, exposing his his missing front tooth. And he says, "Oh, yes, we have cocktails, and yes, we have. We do not have access to powder. We do not have access to high explosive, as the Nazis took control of all of such things. But never fear, we have a few sticks of dynamite that we have saved for the rail system in case Germans attempt to move large quantities of military or munitions that we preserve to blow the tracks.
Okay.
We have access to multiple trucks, so when we evacuate, we can certainly use trucks to get folks out of town quickly. And he lists the people who have trucks in the village that he knows are sympathetic that would help lead the evacuation. He lists the baker and the haberdasher, and yeah.
Focus your attentions primarily on that. Secondarily, I need some kind of, there's it, high explosives.
Okay, so he with that he reaches back, with his foot and taps toward the church building, and nods down kind of between your legs. And if you kind of look down between your legs, you see that there's a window to the basement of the church that is boarded. And the board, when you scrutinize it, it's kind of just propped up there. And he says, in the church basement, you will find hidden under old tapestries a box that has some sticks of dynamite.
Okay. Thank you. Sarce. I would advise, and I'll speak to the lady, of course, but I think she'll be most gracious and amenable to the villagers finding refuge in her villa. And as far as her husband, I don't think he's of the constitution to protest much. So, aside from the lieutenant, if he's there, I'm sure that I can get the lady to. Otherwise, have him caught with his pants down, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Just be prepared for that. And it seems fate has determined that I shall be the one to deliver the package. And but please make it safe for the return to the city.
Yeah, he tells you, I will send Jean-Luc to the house to let you know when the evacuation is set and planned. Do nothing until I have had a chance to organize an evacuation, but I will tell you as soon as we know.
Well, how long do you think? Because midweek is optimal. We do not need to wait till the weekend, and I only have a couple of days leave.
He said, I will begin getting word to these people. What I need is to get word back from them that they are ready to go and organized. Never fear, I will send. Hopefully, I will. Yeah, he said.
Or can you just by Wednesday?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Can you do this by Wednesday night?
He said, "Well, never fear. I will send Jean-Luc to the house as soon as I know. Hopefully, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. So be aware. The boy may be he will come to the estate. So be on look for him."
I have 2 days liberty about the estates. Then I will leave off that eve and position myself. We shall sink to where I shall sabotage the facilities at, how we say, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Can you have your people out by then?
Yes. I will make it known that has to be the way it goes. His eyes, as he says this, are well with tears. They don't run, but his eyes moisten. And he says, you know that every German who dies, they will kill 10 of us. No matter what we do, they will punish us for every German that dies. But we do what we must.
Accidents do happen, especially with chemicals and whatnot. So we shall endeavor to do our best to frame it as such. And you keep to that. You hold to that. Your people hold to that.
Yeah.
And I will assure that happens in short order.
And suddenly he's up.
Leave that to me.
And suddenly he's up and scrambling away, diving into the bushes as a German soldier comes, down the sidewalk and looks over to see you sitting there. And in German, barks at you.
I'm standing up right when he does. You know what I mean? As he starts to scramble up,
Right.
and then I'm pulling out a cigarette myself, and lighting one, standing in the middle of the garden.
Yeah, and he's verboten, Achtung, verboten, out, out, out. And he's motioning you, get out.
Not sure, but the gardens is such lovely, and I'll take a drag from the cigarette, and kind of just shrug and.
Yeah, and he grabs you physically, manhandles you, and pushes you down the street off onto the cobblestone as he's, verboten.
Yeah. Kind of a little feel I'll stumble, but okay, monsieur, I'm going.
Yeah.
And I'll start walking down the trail, but then I'll whistle a little springtime song as I do. In part, the whistle to let Jesus know that I'm okay.
Okay.
And that we've locked on this plan together.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm strolling.
Okay. So again, now it's about 2 in the afternoon or so when and at some point again your headquarters may or may not have crossed your mind. They don't have any clue what you're up to. However, you're not required to keep them up to date, but you will.
Yeah,
obviously.
That's fine. I've already tried to contact them, but
right.
When I get there to the car.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that Jean-Luc has been waiting. Jean-Luc, I've just taken a nice stroll to the church. As you suggested, it's beautiful there. The flower gardens, and I got to confess, as it were, to God and nature, and there seems to be a priest that answered my call and filled the hole in my heart. Tell Cezanne that does he know where that hole is? Has he felt that before himself? And if he has, please tell me where it is when you see me again, and I'll pat the boy on his head and slide him another corn.
Okay.
Such a good boy. I'll say as I swing into the thing and shut the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I roll mine to see if he gets what I was.
Yeah. Let's see if he picks up. I get it, but I'm not certain the boy gets it. Okay. So the boy nods, takes the coin, and he says, "Yes, there is always an entrance to allow. There is always a way to God. Entering your soul." So he signals back. He understands what you're referring to.
Okay, and I'll smile and then turn it on and kick up little things and rattle up the hill as I'm bouncing upon through the gravel as I'm heading back to the villa.
Okay. And as you pull out into the streets, do you want to pass the main villa? Do you want to drive around and pass the main villa to see what things look like, or the general's villa?
No, I was trying to afford some kind of thing that I needed a layout of where this back entrance to the villa was.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So
you kind of wind around onto a dirt road and off around what you think is going to take you up and behind the villa. And sure enough, after a little...
Now, I don't want to go to the German general villa.
Right.
I'm going back to...
Oh, their estate.
Where I'm stationed.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be too pronounced in that.
Gotcha.
I just want...
Gotcha.
I want Jean-Luc to let... When he comes to me, I need a diagram.
Yep.
I'm not going to the library. I'm not going to where all this information is.
Right.
Minimal as possible, but I need a diagram of where this hole is.
Okay.
Yep. You see what I'm saying? That's all.
Okay. So you get back safely, and you see the Mercedes parked in the drive. So the chauffeur is returned at some point. You do
get out and stretch.
You hear gunshots in the back of the estate. Bang! They're loud shotguns.
I freeze a little bit, and slowly shut the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then I walk around the corner to look. Hopefully
And
they're
then
just
bang! You hear another
me.
shot, and you see the Lord out with a shotgun, and he is doing some pigeon clay shooting.
Yeah.
And
I kind of breathe a sigh of relief
Okay.
as I do that, and I will duck out or try to before I'm noticed.
The chauffeur sees you as he when he calls. The chauffeur, pitches these clay pigeons.
Oh.
Yeah, and he sees you, but doesn't say anything to you. And of course, the Lord is busy focusing on shooting, so they don't notice you there.
Gotcha. I'll go back through the servants' quarters, as it were, and say hello to Rose.
Yep.
Everything is going to be all right, Rose. Just hold fast, I'll say, to her, and squeeze her fat little chubby hand again as she's kneading the dough and whatnot.
Right.
Making dinner.
And she slides a little plate of ham and bread over with cheese, something for you, a snack. And she slides it, smiling at you when you come in, slides this ham, cheese, and bread over to you.
I appreciate you, Rose. I know that I do not take this for granted. I know how others would love the taste of this. I thank you. And then I take another bite into it and hum and whistle as I turn around and go out of the quarters back into the main foyer.
Yeah. And again, every once in a while you hear the routine shot of the shotgun as they're pretty consistent in their timing.
I'm back up at my room.
Okay.
For a second, I walk by and check slightly the I do a little rap on the lieutenant's door as I'm walking toward my bedroom.
Yeah, nothing. No response at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd only momentarily stop to do that, and then I walk to my room.
Right.
And grab my radio.
Yep.
And make it back up to the top area where I was previously, where the flag is. And I'll start breaking out a little bit low as I'm watching them, and as long as I'm hearing them discs go out.
Yep.
The fire.
Routinely every few moments you hear a bang. Yeah.
And I'm trying to relay the information.
Okay.
And it seems to be when I set up the dial and transceiver, that it picks up a clear signal.
Yep.
And I relay up until this point the situation in whole, and my plans moving forward to the date and the time.
Okay.
And even the evacuations of the citizens and where they'll be.
Okay.
And then I end transmission.
Okay.
And pack up the radio.
Okay.
And weave my way back down and replant back into the room.
And meeting you in the attic.
Yeah.
Coming up, as you're packed up and coming back, you run into Jacqueline, and she is perturbed. Her eyes, her cheeks moist from having crying, and she leans in and says,
Mademoiselle.
Lieutenant Bueller has sent my children to Paris. He has taken my children to Paris, or he has sent them to Paris. And she's sobbing. There is something afoot.
For what purpose?
I do not know. He just says they have been sent there for their own safety. And he sent so why the chauffeur was gone, she expresses to you the chauffeur was ordered to deliver the children onto a train and they have left. They left Marnay on the train toward Paris. So she's upset about it, but she doesn't know why. Only that the chauffeur told him the lieutenant wanted them safely removed.
And we're in the attic. And please sit down. I need to inform you.
Yeah.
You don't need to be lost in the darkness at this moment, especially facing what you're facing with the loss of your children. Heading out, and I stopped myself when I said lost, but it is perhaps fortuitous to this end. Mademoiselle, I need you to know that there are certain resistance fighters working to uh, overturn what could potentially result into an egregious situation here in your village. And I must admit that I have to do something that is probably an extreme, but we need to stymie any kind of movement that the, now I say, enemy may have in plans, and why they have removed for the other villa with the stations and quarters the general and his nefarious schemes of biochemical warfare that he's been conducting. Your village may need to help quarter the villagers as
she wipes
frankly,
away the moisture and says we will do, and she unfolds from
do
a
you think you could do this for me?
I have no choice, whatever it takes. And she unfolds from her lap. You realize she has in her hands a handkerchief, and as she unfolds that, there's a Wembley pistol. I have taken this from my husband's boudoir, and she says,
Keep it close to your
I am
breast.
prepared to do what I must. And she said, when the chauffeur told myself and Jules of the fate of the children being sent to Paris, he calmly ordered a round of shooting and took the chauffeur outside to shoot. I despise the man. He is such a coward to let our children, without question, be taken away.
Please, it's unfortunate that you've seen your husband's true colors, but we all have to face things in this life that we would rather stay in our we would rather not know, and stay in our ignorance. But now you do, and it is up to you to face what you know with rationale, and do what you must for yourself, your family, your village. If your husband's already aligned himself otherwise and countered to that, it is to his own detriment, I must say. But right now, I have spoken with my resistance contact to expedite the evacuation of the city. I presumptuously so suggested that they be housed here. And not be in a radius. Okay, you broke up here.
Yeah, so
Okay.
did you. Yeah,
Broke up for a second. But they could be housed here and not be within danger.
Right.
Because I intend to sabotage their plans
Yep.
at the facility.
Yep.
So it is at the middle of the night, Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. Wednesday night, you should expect the villagers to come on. That you think you could handle the your husband and the lieutenant, and I'm sure that the resistance leader, Saison, that is his name, should be able to help you detain them, and unfortunately, maybe put him down. The lieutenant.
Right.
Would you be able to do this deed if called upon?
Yeah. She stands up and she says, "Oh yes, that will be easy."
Okay, I reach over and grab her hand again, and then it is set. Then I will continue to feign our documents and keep you abreast of the situation, and your husband and the lieutenant in the blind, as it were. If you will continue on with keeping up your status as the lieutenant's presumed lover, are leading him along those lines, and your husband in the dark,
Right.
then we can proceed likewise. And I stop for a second, look at her, and I say, and if this would be the last times that our that we would ever meet, I want you to know that I appreciate and your country appreciates all that you've done toward this ever. And you can rest assured that it will provide swift liberation. Anyway, at this, I pause momentarily before I stand up, and we should get back to our acts, as it were. And then,
so you return to the library where you or to the morning room where you go on with your pretense of discussing with her the inheritance and signing papers.
Exactly.
You guys feign all of that for the chauffeur and her husband as he comes in and out of the room, and you find time has passed quickly. Sun is low in the sky. As a car approaches the property, and you peek out the garden room or the window, the double doors onto the garden, and you see it approaching quickly is a staff car from the villa. It is a black convertible Mercedes, and it rolls to a stop in the front. And all of three of you, the Jules, Jacqueline, and yourself look on as Lieutenant Bueller stands up and steps out of the vehicle as this vehicle circles and drives away. They have dropped him off to come home for the day. And he, again, approaches. He has a briefcase in hand. He left with his briefcase. He approaches, and you can't see him as he approaches the front door as your view's cut off. But you hear the door open as the chauffeur greets him in the foyer. You can hear it echo through the in the mezzanine as the doors to the library are open. And before, well, let's not say before. Let's make a nimble check here.
Yes, I'm feeling on my toes.
So as you turn, you realize, with enough time, if you so choose, that Jules, Lord Benoit, has grabbed his shotgun up that he left sitting there along the den wall, the morning room wall, and steps into the foyer and levels the shotgun at Lieutenant Bueller as he's passing to go up the stairs to his room.
Okay.
You have a split second, basically, with this nimble check
I'm
to decide
going
what you want to do.
Yes, I know. That's.
Oh, you locked up.
Second, I think my hesitancy. I'm going to. Yeah. Right now, just in real time, I think I would know that it's going to destabilize my position. It could be advantageous or not, and I'm going to at least throw myself to try to interpose between them and tackle him.
Okay, so you want to jolt the shotgun or something. So
yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
So you do, because you won your nimble check. It explodes. You smell the sulfur of the gunpowder as you jam this shotgun up. Literally, just as he launches both barrels into the ceiling chandelier, bringing the ship, and the Lieutenant Bueller scrambling onto the ground and for the stairwell. And she's screaming as she realizes, about the time you do, that he's about to kill Lieutenant Bueller.
Yeah.
And as you wrestle with him for the shotgun, you get it away from him easily, as you were trained. The barrels are empty as smoke clears. The lieutenant now on his back on the stairs, cursing in German at the Lord, and she is cowering in the study behind the sofa. She can't believe her husband has tried to kill Lieutenant Bueller, and you hear him.
I'm scrambling around. I'm pushing the shotgun further away from him.
Yeah. Well, you've actually got it you've actually got the gun in hand. You were able to get that away from him. Go ahead.
No, yeah, mature, and I'm pushing the gun away, and I'm calling for Raul.
Raul's by the door, shutting the door as all this goes down because he just greeted him, let him in. So Raul's ducking. The chandeliers crashed.
Help me get the Lord up.
Right.
Get him up.
And he's on his feet, barking in German. You son of a bitch! You will be shot for this. And he's barking orders as Jules is telling him, what have you done with my children? So he's basically ranting back at the general about his children. And Bueller is saying there will be hell to pay for this. How dare you try to kill a German officer? And so we've got a major argument outbreak.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking at, Lieutenant Bueller, the Lord, he's, I don't know. I'm holding him, trying to restrain him like that. This is indeed disconcerting. Please, and I know he's struggling on me. Right. Please sit down. We can.
Oh, shit, you locked up again.
We can all talk this out.
You locked up. You locked up again.
In the head.
Yeah.
I was going to repeat it. He's saying something about his children. He's maybe touching the head. Maybe he's frightened. Bueller, let's take stock of
make a person check.
He's letting you in his house.
Make a person check.
He's letting you in his house.
Make a person check.
Yep.
Yeah, he calms and he says he acknowledges that he understands that Jules is angry and shocked by this, and you managed to get him calm enough that you can walk.
I'm imploring with that you can. What would you do if your children were taken?
That you can. Right.
I know it's for their protection.
Right. You calm him enough.
The Germans wouldn't do anything otherwise.
You calm him enough that you can walk him into the dining room, just you and the lieutenant. As she now has come to her husband's aid, and she's dragging him upstairs, taking Jules upstairs, as the chauffeur still stands staring at the chandelier, and he's picking up the shotgun off the floor as he's shot.
I'm going in there with Bueller, okay, when he's sitting to the side.
Yeah, you have escorted Bueller into the dining room by yourself.
Yeah, and I'm telling him, like, he's a little touchy, he's a little angry, and then I'll make a buffoonish thing like, they probably don't even know how to use one correctly. He's not trained in these areas, so he's like a kid with a toy. Who knows? But it's a good thing we stopped him from doing this calamitous thing. Citizens and these noblemen. But anyway, I'm kind of trailing over and whatever, making sure that when I see that he's calmed down.
Yeah. He goes over to the bar and in the dining room and he pours himself a scotch and drains it. You see he's angry, shaking as he shoots it down, and he turns to you.
I'll walk over there and pour him another as I'm pouring me one, and then right before I drink, I want to see if he can clink glasses with me.
He's too angry to notice that, and he kills another shot, and he looks at you. You can see the veins in his forehead. He goes, "Yeah, he will be arrested. I do not care. This is an egregious action against me, and he must be arrested. So for now,
egregious, but yes, due process. I'm not suggesting, I am a lawyer after all. I'm not suggesting that we dispense with the law, but cooler heads must prevail, and you are from a stock of people that exemplify the way we should be. So lead in that charge, please. Avert them with your leathers doing things that would otherwise wouldn't be courtly or stationary. Okay. You must lead this. So I do appreciate you.
He takes one more shot, and then he heads toward the dining room door, and he yells for the chauffeur, Raul, Achtung, and he is calling for Raul. Raul comes scrambling out, still stunned. Shotgun's now gone. You don't know what he's done with the shotgun. Standing there in the foyer, and he orders the car. I will return to the villa. I cannot stay here with a madman who's tried to kill me. And he heads for his room to pack. And he tells have the vehicle ready as I want to return to the villa. And he turns to head up the stairs. And you can hear raised voices between Jules and Jacqueline behind closed doors upstairs. You can hear her screaming at him in French, and she's admonishing him for endangering their lives and their children's lives. And so the German, you notice, stops midway up the stairs and listens to this. And he turns back to you, standing in the doorway of the dining room, and smiles and says, "She is a good woman, is she not?" And you can see the lust on his face, that he would like nothing more than to bed this woman.
I know. That's what I'm wanting to tap into when I look at him and I'm saying, "Oh, woe is to the Lord." I think he may have put the nail in the coffin of his marriage,
right,
at this point. But I know that a woman isn't so easily torn from her husband, especially by force. So give her a few days to come to this realization. We shouldn't upset her anymore. So I beg your pardon. Wait till Friday before you dispense of the news. Have him arrested.
Let's make one more person check to see if you convince him to stay, knowing this other information with a +1.
I do. I feel confident that he's taking it.
Yeah, he nods. Okay, great. Yeah, he nods, and he said, and he reaches down and pats his revolver, his Luger, on his hip, and says, "Yes, I always have this if the man attempts again to kill me." And then he turns on his heel, and with a he takes 2 steps at a time, with a spring in his step. As you think now, he's closer to having betting Lady Jacqueline than he ever dreamed. He may be wrong, but he may think he's closer to betting her than he ever has in the past.
Okay. Yeah. In his mind. Yeah. And that's what I want, that illusion,
right,
to play off that. So I'm sitting there and I kind of smile, and then I breathe out a long sigh of relief. By some time as we must.
You hear
I'm listening to them trail off with their arguments and crap.
You hear the brakes of the Mercedes squeal as he pulls up to the door. Raoul gets out, steps into the mezzanine there, the foyer, and looks about, looks at you quizzically. The German now has gone all the way up to the 2nd floor. You can no longer hear or see him. Jacqueline comes out of his bedroom, slams the door, leaving him alone in his bedroom. She comes to the banister, looks down at you with the handkerchief that she was hiding the gun in, and drops the handkerchief. You watch it float down and hit the floor in front of you as the chauffeur steps in and looks, and you hear the single gunshot, go off in the bedroom behind you. And she lowers her head, sobbing, and stands there sobbing as the chauffeur then starts to run up the stairs to investigate.
Okay. I'm standing there stricken just like I am right now. I'm kind of in shock. So I run up the stairs. I already know what's happened. So I'll run to her and grab both of her shoulders.
Yeah. She embraces you tightly, sobbing.
And then that's when she goes in and embraces me.
Yeah.
I whisper, "I'm sorry."
She said,
so sorry.
At least at the end, he could not live with the decisions that he has made. At least he has admitted to me as such that he had made a huge mistake trusting the Germans. And the chauffeur comes out of the room.
I'm so sorry. This is when I whisper to her, but we must hold the course. The lieutenant still holds hope for your hand, and thinks I have convinced him that the Lord may have sealed. And I'll stop there because I don't want to go forward.
No, right.
He just thinks that he has a chance. So he's going to he's given you leave to grieve over the next 2 days, but by then it will be too late.
She sobs, but looks up at you and says, "Well, now it does not matter. We do what we must do to save France." And she straightens up. The chauffeur comes out stunned
The Germans will not. The Germans will not accost you or hold up the place for the next 2 days. So we must. It's given us a window of opportunity and time.
Right.
I will do my deed Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. The citizens still of the villagers need to be housed here. The Germans. Bueller is not coming back to stay for the night. He said he's staying in the other mansion, not to be close, and to give you time to grieve before he comes back to arrest your husband.
Right.
This is all the time we need for me to enact our plan. And I'm saying this desperately to her while I'm holding on to her like that.
Right.
Close proximity.
Okay.
You know, if I get for knowing glance, she needs to hold the course.
Yeah. She turns after your embrace, and she tells the chauffeur, bury him quickly, and do not tell Lieutenant Bueller that he has killed himself. We will tell him that he has retired to his room as he debates on his actions. And so the chauffeur nods quickly, and he runs to get the cook.
Bueller said he wasn't coming back to stay with the...
No, but he's currently in his bedroom packing.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Right. He has not left yet. The chauffeur was going to pick him up and take him, and this all went down. So,
geez. Yeah, we need to do a clean. Okay.
Right. Okay. So he comes down shortly after. The chauffeur looks at you and looks over at the entrance to the service, and there's a shovel there.
Yeah.
And he takes the baggage from Lieutenant Bueller, packs him in the Mercedes, and then they get in the car. He says his goodbyes at the stairs with Jacqueline, and she again pretends that he's still alive, tells her that Jules is retired to his bedroom, and he is very, very sorry. He's beside himself. Please give us time to square away our legal matters before you report him to the SS. And Bueller, of course, with a kiss and an embrace, promises her he'll do that. And then he drives away. The chauffeur drives him away to the villa. And she turns to you and says, we must bury him quickly. And we must clean up this mess, the chandelier, etc. So the cook goes to work cleaning up the chandelier as you and her drag the body out into the garden at dusk, in the dark, and you bury the body somewhere in the maze, the hedge maze, right? And she's sobered by the work and sobered by the truth now that this is the way it is. Her husband now is dead. Her children are gone. There's no turning back, and you can tell from working with her, burying him, that she is still.
While we're doing that, I'm giving her hope
herself.
About the children. About.
I can't. You keep breaking up.
About the children being and giving her hope about the children being liberated, because there's about to be a big turning of the tide, so to speak, which is what we are prepping for. Mm-hmm. Rolling out the carpet for, as it were, to secure children's and her future. Right. But anyway, that's all what I'm trying to implement as we're burying him. Now it's Tuesday night, right?
Yeah. Well, Monday or Tuesday, right? You had a couple of days.
Well, we got to do this Wednesday. I think we've been
correct.
Okay, Monday night.
So the night passes. The chauffeur returns later in the evening after dropping off Bueller at the villa with Jean-Luc in the back seat as Jean-Luc hitched a ride back. And he brings to you, she eats in the dining room with you, the cook, sobbing as the cook brings the food out, the cook back and forth. She's crying the whole time as the Lord's dead, so you can't seem to get the cook to come out of her stupor as she's crying. She has managed to clean up the foyer of the chandelier, etc. The chauffeur returns, and he retires to eat his dinner with the cook, and Jean-Luc delivers to you a scrawl, and he also tells you Sarcey informs you that but by midnight the trucks will evacuate all they can to this estate. It is now up to you.
Okay, I share this with the lady.
Well, right? she would be hearing this in the dining room as Jean-Luc brings you the information.
Okay, yeah, I'm just being openly share it. Yeah. It's not any kind of a disclosure with me. It's full, and I look at her and can you perhaps prepare for their imminent arrival with foodstuffs and supplies? Do you have enough to facilitate this? For at least two days or so.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, she tells you they will have everything we have, and the village will obviously. The village is there will be plenty.
Okay, then now we play the waiting game. I do that day. I will take another leisurely drive to the city.
Okay.
To carry John Luke back, but I'm going to the church, and I'll walk to the church and try to find the entrance.
Okay.
To gather the needed supplies.
Okay, so let's make a nimble check to see if you can stealthily get into the church basement where he pointed out the board.
Yeah, I don't see anyone around me, and I find the board rather quickly, and is able to remove it and unhinge it.
Right.
It pops for a second. I look around and get quiet, but the birds are still chirping.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like anyone's around me, and so therefore I slip and slide into the opening.
Okay. You drop into a cobweb basement. You rummage around through this area, and you find the tapestries that he mentioned. And as you pull them off, the dust. You might have to contain a few coughs, right? And there lay a box with about 4 sticks of dynamite, and what do they call it? The British submachine gun. What the hell's that thing called? Anyway, it's a
Tommy gun.
Yeah. Well, it's and there's a couple of clips, and to your surprise, there is that automatic weapon.
Okay.
And there's a satchel to carry the clips and to carry the dynamite there. And
okay, I'll pack everything up and reverse climb back up from where I dropped out, back out, look, double check as the satchel slung over my side, and reapply the board as best I can.
All right.
Move some foliage in front, and back out, whistle as I'm strolling back down to the car.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So I get in the car and shut the door.
Mm-hmm.
I turn the key in and head back up to the where I'm rooming at.
Okay.
So I'll pull in.
Okay.
I'll leave the contents inside the car in the trunk.
Okay. So again, leisurely drive. Not much going on. I mean, there's clearly nothing in the village to alarm the Germans or. All right, sorry, I think we broke up there. There's nothing in the going on to alarm the Germans. They're not on extra guard or anything. As you drive through the village, it's pretty much business as usual. You do notice, though, that to your demise, or to your chagrin, thank you, that there doesn't appear to be as many people out on the streets. So obviously, word has gotten out as people are preparing the evacuation. So it's not as busy as it would normally be. And you notice the school house is closed up. Kids aren't in school, and this could be a potential problem if the Germans begin to ask, where is everybody, right? But right now it doesn't appear as if the Germans are on the look for anybody. It doesn't appear as if the Germans are perturbed. But you've noticed that clearly people have segregated to their homes, or they're preparing for the evacuation. Their children aren't being sent to school.
From that perch where the flag is, I'm sending in daily updates today, and that's when I noticed that in the village, it was being there, but that prompted me to look out again and look for any traffic going to the main mansion there and activities. And that's I'll clench my teeth and bite down that was kind of an unforeseen. I didn't want to tell us that or telecast it.
Right. You get a tap back in response, affirmative, but a tap back to ask when do you want the bird? When do you want the escape bird? What hour?
It would have to be. What I need to do, I'll tap back that in other words, tap with the key that I might not return from this.
Right.
But if so, to validate that, to even save them a trip, I need to tap back. At 6 a.m. No, excuse me. I need to tap back by 4. And then I need that escape bird by 5.
Okay.
To evacuate, okay?
Yep. Okay. So, and you already know that there is a plot of farmland in which it's suitable for a plane to land and take off. Yeah. That's where you're supposed to rendezvous with that plane. That was predetermined.
Yeah, an hour away from, that gives me an hour
right.
to get there
okay.
from the location I'm tapping. Now, I will sit tight and bite my lip and hope that they kind of monitor the German patrols,
right?
Like overturning things. Now, I will go down into the city like next Wednesday, and I'm helping prep with the cooks and stuff during the day on the side.
Right.
Keeping in contact with the missus, making sure she's stable of mind. I'm just saying as far as like what I've been doing.
Right.
Wednesday, I go down to town and try to find the library.
Okay.
Just to reconnoiter and get the semblance of people's anxiety levels,
right.
or if there's any kind of talk or searching by the Germans.
Yeah.
But I'll be going toward the library while I'm doing that to see
right.
what I can find out about the manse itself.
Right.
Okay.
You do find there's a little more German activity. You find that there are Germans asking questions of the few villagers that are out and about. The responses are there's a flu running through. They're getting they're telling the Germans that there's a flu that's run through the town, and they're all just homesick, and so it appears that most of the inquisitive Germans are accepting most of this.
Okay.
What you do find though is that in your, I should say, in your dealings throughout the day, that you have yet to identify, as Jean-Luc brought you a map of where you can find the priest hole, but you have yet to identify whether that priest hole is usable or not.
Still operative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So outside of that, it appears as if most things are going as planned. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's why I got the Tommy gun in case I have to do a plan B.
Right.
But I am going to, when I drive up, and I've left the package on this turn in a safe location in the garage at the estate that I'm boarded at. And I will take a leisurely drive around the compound of the manse to see if I can get eyes on this presumed priest hole after I've validated with any kind of information in the library.
So let's make a mind check to see if you can reconnoiter the kid's drawing with the locale. Okay, so you pull up and park along the hillside, somewhat obscured by trees, etc. You see a copse of trees where the kid drew that this is where the priest hole would exit, and it's almost 200 yards from the back 8-foot stone wall of the villa. You're able to meander over there. You see some Russians walking along the outside of the walls. There are no towers in which they can overview, right?
Germans?
What did I say?
Russians.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Germans. The Germans, there are no towers that the Germans are in. They're either walking along the outside walls and patrol, or from the actual buildings inside the villa that would overlook the area. There could be Germans that watch the area, but you can't readily see those Germans. But anyway, nobody appears.
I didn't want to draw too much attention. If I don't see them in eye shot, maybe I'll go directly to that copse of trees and see if the opening's still there. But otherwise, I would drive on.
Yep.
So if I'm able to do that, which
so you can get out and head over and identify that there is indeed buried in old vines and earth. As you pull it away, you're able to find this opening, and you're able to pull away the earth and the vines, and you're able to find an old wooden door, and you're able to push this open. From here, at least you can get this open. The 200 yards to get into the villa, hard to say whether that's clear. If the Germans have,
Yeah, could be collapse at some point or whatever, but I'm gonna have to take my chances at this stage on that. I do drive around, like I don't stay there long. I just look at it, see if it's accessible. No, I stop when I turn around to the car. I pull the car over to the side to the brush, and I walk up to the pre-sold, and I go inside of it.
Okay.
And I want to crawl as far as I can to see if the way is clear.
You get about 30 feet from the priest hole entrance, and it's dark.
Yeah.
You can walk upright, but you're stooped over. Full of roots. It's earthen. This has been dug a long time ago. It's packed earth, clay, but there's roots that hang down, and you work your way through in the darkness, tripping and stumbling over heaves of earth. It appears, as you work through this, it takes you quite some time to travel about 150, 200 yards by your reconnoiter.
Yeah.
And you do come into a more finished stone, what appears to be a finished stone hallway, which leads up to an old 2 steps up to a doorway. So far,
I'll lead up to the doorway and put my ear to it.
Okay, let's make a mind check here. Okay, you hear a little bit of talking and moving around. It sounds like this door might open onto a room with people in it.
Okay, I back up and as quietly as possible and get out of the situation.
Okay.
At least now I know I don't need to bring a shovel or pre-dig any of this stuff out. So when I get back, I'll cover up the priest hole.
Yep. And as you do, and you start to turn to look to your car, you find there's 2 German soldiers that are walking around and inspecting your car.
Okay. I am walking along. I'll get out to where I'm walking down the path. I will. I don't have anything on me. Like I said, I left all that stuff back in the garage as far as the kind of demolition stuff like that.
Yeah,
But I will start whistling like I'm just strolling and enjoying the.
One of the Germans turns quickly in your direction. Hell there! And then the other German's going around to the back of the car as if he's going to check the trunk. As one of the Germans drops his weapon and lowers it at you as he realizes you're walking. He'll lower it.
But sure, I'm waving at him, oblivious to his like I don't calculate that.
Right.
You know? So that's how I'm approaching him. I'll have fish out a cigarette. Cigarette.
Yeah. So let's make a person check. As one German wants to check the trunk, the other German is talking to you. Ooh. No. Okay. So the one reaches out and greets you and happily takes a cigarette. The other German, of course, pops the trunk of the car and is looking around the trunk. And of course,
all right. It's a beautiful day. You know, I'm carrying on like that.
Okay. Now you're aware, of course, that you've left your machine gun and your stuff in the trunk, right? Oh, damn! It froze up again.
No, I said earlier I left.
That's right. You left your package in the garage.
No,
good.
I left that in the garage.
Okay,
yeah.
So he rummages around. So there we go, right? And he pops it. He slams the trunk, and he comes over, and he says, he tells his friend as he takes the cigarette from his friend, takes a draw. What are you doing out here? Your papers. Papers.
I'm fishing in for my papers. I'm a lawyer with the lady, Benoit. Monsieur Benoit. I'm staying in our point in the general direction, but I'm seeing the beautiful village here. I'm their lawyer.
Yeah.
Monsieur Lieutenant Bennett is staying there as well. He told me about the beautiful countryside, so I'm enjoying it and taking a stroll. This is our car. You can check the tags.
Yeah, the one who is scrutinizing your papers, he drops the cigarette and smashes it out, and he's scrutinizing them. You can tell now he's furrows his brow. He says, he starts to grill you. Where from Switzerland are you?
From Switzerland, and I'll dish out the backstory of
when did you arrive?
Monday. It's 7 o'clock in the morning off the train. When it pulled into town, I then made my way up to the Benoits, and I'm handling some legal matters with them. I have met like I said, your lieutenant is staying there too, and it's a good old chat. I've been down to the village, and someone mentioned that I should come and see this area.
So let's make a. Are you speaking to them in French, German? How are you speaking to them?
I'm speaking them. I had started in French. With Switzerland, I switched to Switzerland, and then I stopped, and then it's like I caught myself, and I started speaking in German, even though it was probably broken up.
Okay. He nods and watches, and let's make a person check here again.
Now German, I'm doing well in German at all. Okay, German. I said I'm not doing well in German at all.
That's all right.
I'm loving that when I switched.
Yeah, make a person check one more time. Okay, he folds up the papers, tells you should not be lingering and loitering here. Next time, park your car on the road where we can readily see it. And he hands your papers back with a kind of a push in your chest. And then he says, now move along. And again, I understand you want to see the countryside, but be very careful next time. And he looks again at your countenance and says, Mr. Bachmann. And he says this in Swiss. He says this in your language. And then he and the other soldier walk on.
And I try to, like, almost in the air, I hold out the cigarettes for him to grab one. And
right.
I pull it back whenever he's just turned his back on me.
Right.
Okay, I have a beautiful day, I'll say, and I'll shut the door and kick up the little motor, and it goes down the hill.
Okay.
I'll wind my way back up. My intent to get back to the to my room.
Okay. So you arrive, and as you do, you see that a black, Mercedes convertible SS vehicle is parked out front. There is a driver leaning up against that, having a cigarette, and he stands up as you pull in and watches you as you enter the house. You hear...
I'm entering the house, and he's standing there. I'm walking over to him.
Okay.
And I will, again, pull out my cigarettes, and it's a beautiful day, is it not?
Yeah, he looks at you puzzled at your cigarettes as he draws on his cigarette and shakes his head.
Leon Bachman, you wait for...
Yeah, he just grunts. He grunts and looks at you and says, they're inside. Talking to Lady Benoit.
They? Who are they?
My superiors. Go find for yourself.
You have to forgive me, sir.
He waves you away as the chauffeur walks around to the front of his car and kind of polishes the front fender. Go find out from them. They're going to want to speak to you anyway. As he puts his cigarette back in and polishes the front of the Mercedes.
Okay, you can hear shrug and put my cigarette back in and turn on my heel and head toward. Almost knock on the front door, and I stop and just.
Okay. And as you enter, you can see the library doors or the morning room doors are open, and you can see an SS man standing in the door, and you can hear another one talking calmly and you can see Jacqueline sitting on a couch, and this other SS officer is circling her and talking to her. And you make out as you step in that he asks, "It will do you no good to hide Mr. Benoit. He is. We are here to arrest him, and we will take you into custody if you do not tell us the whereabouts of Jules. the Lord Benoit. And you can see she is sitting upright, stiff, is not leaning back comfortably on the couch as this SS officer circles her and demands to know where Jules is.
Okay, but Jules, excuse me, sir.
Okay, the
Jules,
SS officer in the doorway had his back to you, and then when you speak, he whips around and sticks a hand
I throw
out.
my hands up like that.
Who are you? And then he looks back, and the other SS officer comes to the doorway, and he has his hat off. The other one has got his hat on. One is technically the guard. The other is an absolute. This is an actual commander of the SS in his outfit.
Simply the legal representative of Miss Benoit and
Papers.
And
Come into the den and bring your papers.
I'll fish out the paperwork I have, and kind of because I just put them in there haphazardly from the last time.
And you
fish
are Mrs. Benoit mentioned you. You are the Swiss consul, are you not? And he glances cursory at your papers, wads them up, and
Leon Bachman
tosses them down on the table. Have a seat, Mr. Bachman. I am happy to finally see you here. I will ask you what I have been asking her. Where is Lord Benoit?
Lord Benoit, the last I knew, he was. And you'll have to forgive me. I've been about, and I know that the Lord Benoit spends a lot of his time, as far as I've seen in the last couple of days, at the estate here. If not, he owns several councils and memberships, so he could be involved in one of those. Are there none active in the village at this time, unless he's abroad somewhere?
He shakes his head and clicks his tongue. Another soldier arrives at the door, and he pokes his head in and says, "We have something we need you to see, sir." And he leaves the guard on the door, and he dismisses himself and tells you to stay put. Leaves the guard, the SS guard guarding you, and he follows this soldier up the stairs.
Before he leaves, I'll echo. There is a nasty spring flu about. It may be that he,
right,
as he's walking out.
And you can see that this soldier. They meet another soldier at the top of the stairs, and they lead him as you watch them cross that floor. They lead down to the bedroom, the former bedroom of Jules, where he had killed himself, and they disappear into that bedroom. And she looks at you. You now make eye contact. She makes eye contact with you, and you can see the terror in her face. She has been, who knows how long they've been interrogating her, and they have now discovered something of interest in his bedroom.
Oh, Miss Benoit, walk up to her, almost freely. Like there is a guard with us right now.
Yes, the other SS guard is standing watch.
Yeah, that's why I looked at him when I said that when I was going up there. Mm-hmm. He could be sick with the flu. It's nasty. And then I look at her and go, Miss Benoit, and walk over there and put her hand in between mine and sit down beside her. Mm-hmm. Locking eyes with her. You need not fear. These they're only here for our protection and perhaps to find, is your husband lost? What do you suspect he is? And I'm kind of just filling the void.
You see her swallow. You see her swallow hard, and you can tell her lips.
Is her eyes going anywhere?
No, she's staring like at her feet, but she swallows hard, and you can see she's having trouble speaking as her throat's dry, you can see her lips are dry, and she tries to speak, but and she says to you, she can't get out what she wants to say.
I think, and I'll glance over my shoulder at the guard there, and I think Miss Benoit is feeling faint, as feverish. This flu may have taken a hold of her, and I kind of back up a little bit, like I'm scared of contracting it too. Mm-hmm. So can we lay her down somewhere? Can I take her to her room? Because you must be how pale she is.
Yeah, he stands staring. Let's make a person check here. Okay. He shrugs, kind of whatever, and that's
Okay,
his.
I'll help her. I'll lift her up or whatever, and kind of like let her. I know she's leaning on me or whatever like that. It's a terrible affliction. Still playing that up in front of him as I'm leaving. In her room. Where's your room again, Mrs. Benoit?
It's beside the husband's room, right? Yeah.
Exactly. But as she points up there, I'm leading her up the stairs.
And as you are, as you hear them come out of the bedroom, and you hear the SS officer that's in charge bark down from the rail to the other guard. We have searched the property. He sends the two soldiers. We have found evidence of blood here in the bedroom. Search the property. And he's watching you as you top the stairs with her and turn right toward her bedroom as that's in his direction. And he meets you at her bedroom door. And he says, we've had some foul play here. There is evidence of blood in the bedroom. You have tried
Please,
unsuccessfully to hide it.
Restrain yourself. The lady is already precariously close to fainting as it is, and now kind of shift her. It seems that I don't know. Look at her countenance. Look at her pallor.
Yeah.
I need to lay her down. So I'm walking. All this I fear is too much for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go again, breaking up.
So I'm doing that. It's a search if you're, but she knows not, obviously.
Right.
What
he says.
I'm saying.
He says never. By her collar that she's he said, "Do not take her far. She will be going back. You and her will be going back with us to the villa, as we will further investigate. You will be going into our custody." And he whistles down to the other SS agent. Prepare the vehicle. We are going to be taking these two back. If we need the other vehicle, then we will use it as well. But I want you to where I can see you. So let's return to the morning room while they search the property. Is there anything you want to tell me? And he's pointing for you both to head back down the stairs to the morning room.
One of your own men, your lieutenant, stays here, does he not? Isn't he guard enough? Wouldn't he have reported if something was amiss?
He smiles. He smiles and says, yes. Lieutenant Bueller. Yes, Lieutenant Bueller is also in custody. We have discovered that he has sent Miss Benoit's, Mademoiselle Benoit's children back to Paris. This is an interesting thing we have here. So yes, your Lieutenant Bueller will not help you here, my friend.
Yes. Why would he help me? Is he not?
No, her. It is her children, is it not, that he has sent to Paris to protect?
But, I thought it was under his command to do so, and Mrs. Benoit and her husband was readily accepted.
Well, what you do not know, you do not know. And he's now leading you both down the stairs.
Are you suggesting that Lieutenant Bueller committed some atrocity upon Lord?
He smiles and he steps in front of you. So he's leading you down the stairs back to. Then he comes around and steps in front of you and he smiles. Now we are getting the truth. Bueller and her have killed him. Is that it? And he looks right at her and he says, "Fess up. You and the lieutenant have murdered your husband. And what have you done with him?" And he now is fully confirmed. You have confirmed what he suspected.
I'll straighten up. The lady Benoit has been with me in large part of time working through contracts. I've been in the morning room going through all of these documents. See, where's my briefcase?
Right.
You know, I'm frazzled at this.
Yeah, he stops his man, and says, "No, you will not pick up anything. You will sit peacefully here until we are done searching the premises for him. We will find him, and when we have him, Bueller and Benoit will both suffer for what they have done. We still have law here."
You're asserting that Miss Benoit had anything to do. Why would she? She has been with me. I can attest to that.
We will get to the bottom of it. We have our ways. And he smiles at her. And he reaches out and he strokes her cheek. We have our ways of getting the truth from her and from Bueller.
Well, you should find no misdeed by the lady Benoit here.
Mm-hmm.
If there was any grievous act done, it would be at the hand
Right.
of Bueller, I would state. But I would expect that he would conduct himself more, more to the standard that the German peoples have.
Yeah. So let's make one more person check and see what you can gain from this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So he agrees. He agrees that you are not involved, but he will be taking her back. It takes him an hour or so to search the property. They discover the shovel, but they have yet to determine where he was buried. But he loads her in the car, and he loads up his men. He leaves, and he takes the shovel. He takes her.
I'll be when they're trying to drive her away or whatever. Still be protesting lightly about. I'll with your leave, I'll stay longer and then represent you. And of course, this is egregious actions. You have I'll do it pro bono. I'm saying all this stuff. Like
Sure,
that, right?
Of course, right, yeah. And she's, look of terror. She's not crying. She's hardened, but you can just see she's almost catatonic. She's in complete shock of what's happening to her.
Do not fear. Yeah.
And you watch as they sit. Both SS men sit on either side of her in the back of the convertible Mercedes as the chauffeur drives them off. The other two soldiers use the German Jeep that was already housed there, and they follow him back. And you're standing now with your chauffeur, the cook. It's just you, the cook, and the chauffeur standing, in the driveway, watching them take her away.
Yeah. And after they disappear from sight, my face hardens. I turn, and right when I do, I said, "Both of you, in the drawing room, in the meeting room."
Yeah, and they follow you in, and they're the cook is sobbing.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
The cook
Please,
is sobbing and completely in shock. As
Please, Rose, contain yourself. I'll say a little bit more forcefully than they've obviously been used to me doing. And I'll put my hand on her in contrast to that and say, please, contain yourself. The lady Benoit and your lord, I will think, have been working toward an end that, suffice to say, isn't panning out to their immediate benefit. Your lord was taken. He reacted too soon, and I'm not giving him. He should have held himself. The lady was expecting the villagers here Wednesday night at 1 to 2 a.m. They're
just a few hours from now, right? About 8 hours from now.
Yeah, yeah. That's why there's an all hands on deck situation here. Can I trust you both to complete what they started?
The chauffeur stands and says, "Absolutely, we will continue on with our plans. We'll feed the people. We'll house the people." Rose, of course, sobbing. He pats her on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry, Rose will do as I ask."
This just plays according to where I thought your sympathies laid. I'm glad to see that you have the resolve and the backbone to see this through, as would make the Lord and Lady proud. I have something to do, so I shall leave off here by midnight, but expect the throng of villagers to approach him, and please house them safely. I cannot say what I'm going to do, but expect that with any luck and hope, and say a prayer that the lady will come through this unscathed.
Right.
But if not, you will carry on.
Yeah,
as will we all.
He nods and smiles, and you see he motions to his waistband. He pulls up his uniform to expose the Wembley that clearly Lady Benoit somehow got into his possession before the SS officers.
I look at him with a knowing glance and a smile and hard looks at both of them that we got a job to do.
Yeah.
Please, I need to prepare. And I'll say, if you do not see me after this, I appreciate everything you do for your country.
Right.
Your country appreciates it, and but I must needs prepare.
Okay.
For tonight.
So we fast forward time, and through the night, as he continues to get, they continue to get the house ready for who knows how many people. You find now that the chauffeur is walking around the property with a shotgun in hand, the pistol in his waistband, as he's prepared that he may have to defend these people at some point. So his chauffeur is definitely taking this seriously. The cook is preparing food, and they are preparing the basement and the upper rooms to house people. They are busy doing their due as you are preparing to leave.
Yeah, and I went up to the roof, and I'm sending another message, an updated message, which let's see, I pulled that off. Sufficiently enough. There's a little breakage, and whatever it looks like, the weather isn't cooperating as it has been previously to allow clear skies so much. But I do feel like I'm confident that I got information off. A little bit apprehensive. I do, before I leave, tell them and lay a hand, on the butler that they need to dispose of the body. That the Germans will come back with the dogs and unearth and find that. So if he can, a deeper grave, perchance. And then I struck at him. He's gonna have to figure that crap out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As I kick up the ignition and head down the gravel road. Okay.
So now tell me how you're going to approach the property. How you're going to infiltrate.
Yeah, I've got my satchel with them. I will get within a large part of what I was doing before, reconnoitering, was looking at the patterns, the gar patterns from the rooftop too. I want to park from a distance.
Okay.
And then closest distance as I can get without making noise before I have to disembark with the car to be able to reach that copse of trees and enter that way. I brought the shovel in the back as well.
Okay. As you roll to a stop and get out and get the shovel and your gear out, you do see two Germans in the darkness coming up the road. They don't bark anything at you as if they've seen you, but they are coming your way.
I don't want to raise alarm, so I'll have the pistol at the ready. And as long as they're just leisurely strolling and doing their patrol or whatever, I'll wait till a certain distance before I pass, and I break through the hedges to go access the...
Okay, here we go. Ooh. All right, so they pass by slowly, and they look the car over. You see one of the... They pass by slowly. They pass by slowly. Lucky for you, the roll. One of the Germans lays his hand on the hood and feels the heat, and he says something in German. This has just been parked here, the heat of the hood. And they stop, and they circle the car. They actually get into the car. They pop the glove box. They get into the trunk. And they peer around, up and down the road. And they wait around for quite some time. And then they decide to put a, how do I say this? Deflate the back left tire. And walk on, but they have let the air out of the back left tire.
Bastards.
Right.
Okay. I'll wait till they finish and crawl from underneath the car and then head that way. after they're out of eye.
Okay.
So I'll crawl across the road and then hunch down and make my way to the tops of trees.
Okay.
I then break apart, the vines and whatnot that I had recovered it with, and I'll crack. But I'm a little bit paranoid now, so I look around at the sound, and I'll slip in there and close the door behind me.
Uh-huh.
Now,
and it's dark. It is completely dark. Yeah.
Completely dark. Yeah. Now I'll click my lighter on that I've been using to light my cigarettes.
Okay.
That's logical, and this little flame. But I've traced this before.
Yeah.
First, I'm quiet to listen to anything, and I'm slowly maneuvering through the thing. I've got the satchel on my side. As I get down toward the thing, now I'm bringing the shovel with me.
Right.
At the back.
Okay.
Or kind of just up at the height as I make my way down to the door, which is my intent, the door that I get to, and I'll press my ear to it.
Right. As you approach it, you can see light coming through the slats of the door, and through a knothole in one of the wood planks. You can see light coming through. So as you approach the door, you know there's a light on in the room that this door is connected to. Okay. You hear something. You hear some mumbling and moaning. A little bit of grunting. You hear a screech or two. Sounds human, but not quite right.
So that's beyond the door.
That's beyond the door. Mm-hmm. And depending on how long you stand there, you'll see a shadow kind of pass by the door, blocking out the light for a brief second, like somebody's walking around in there. But it's there's not any dialogue.
I'll look at my watch. I'll look at my watch and see, because it's been pretty late and I've been waiting there.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to wait there anyway, but I'm waiting for them to clear out too. So
right. Let's make a mind check while you're waiting. You've listened. You've heard some of these moans, screeches, and at some point while you're also waiting, you start picking up kind of a metallic clink sound. And what sounds like a chain dragging across the floor. You start to pick that up after you sit for a while listening. You start realizing you're hearing this kind of repetitive clink and drag, clink and drag as something's walking around in that room. And again, it's a human sounding grumbling and moaning, but it's.
But it seems like a singular source.
No, it sounds like there's also some other mumbling and screech and kind of high-pitched screeches at times, like whimpering kind of screeches.
Jeez. Okay. At this point in time, I'm loading up. Now, yeah, I'm gonna be too pressed to wait beyond like 2:00, 1:30. I'll stay there. If this is continually like that,
yeah, it's not
doesn't
changing.
seem patternistic at all.
Yeah, it's a pattern.
This is just what I'm taking in.
Basically, at this point, something's pacing back and forth in that room.
Okay. Now, what I'm doing is the larger gun I have, I'm putting the clip in, and I'm readying it, but I also got my pistol to the side. So I'll prop the gun up itself, and use I will try to is there a latch or anything on the inside of the store where I'm trying to open it up?
No, the door just appears to be on this side. It would be just normal planks, and there's wood cross where it's built. It's hammered up there to hold the door together. But no, I mean there didn't appear to be a handle or anything like that.
Okay, so I'm applying a little bit of pressure if it's locked or open.
Yeah, you feel it. You feel it give as it pushes.
Okay.
You feel it give.
I'll stop immediately as it gives a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll stop immediately as if it continues.
Yeah, you feel it give a little, and you feel it hit something, and you hear a clank, and you hear what sounds like something falling over and rolling, and then you hear a grunt and whatever's pacing stops, and you can hear the clank as it must shift, because you hear the clank of metallic sound as it is heard your door hit something.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, I'm going to back up, put my feet on the other side of the door, and lay back with the gun, the larger gun with the clip in it, facing out, waiting for this door to fly open or either open, right?
Yep.
So
you sit for a while, and then you hear this clank and the dragging of what sounds like a chain, and this thing goes again. Something goes back to pacing.
Okay. Now, I get to the edge. I'm pressed for time here. So I prop my foot up against it with the door, and then I want to kick that door open as fast as I can.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right.
No,
let's.
No. I've got to do that. Okay. Now, whenever it's clanking and coming around, I'll wait for that shadow.
You're gonna have to. Oh, what do you mean? You're gonna wait for the shadow to what?
I want to shoot through the door as the shadow goes past the door, right? So when I feel that presence go past there, I'm going to take that, do one shot burst,
Okay. So let's roll two. Let's roll 2 dice. Nimble. You're rolling. You're nimble.
Okay. Me roll 2 dice, or you?
Yes, you roll 2 dice.
Okay.
As you unload, automatic burst through this door.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 and 2.
Okay, and your nimble is.
Yeah, nimble's 5+.
Okay, so the door, you see the dust. First the muzzle flashes, and it has been so quiet. You've been literally sitting here in the dark for 30 minutes listening.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's this explosive noise. Lights flash. Your eyes adjust. You see the door, pieces of the wooden door blow off as holes go through this door. You hear screams in the other room, and you hear a moaning kind of roar, and you hear glass shatter. And then you smell the sulfur from the gunpowder, and then it's quiet, and then you hear this roar, and you hear you can see the shadow come to the door, blocking out almost all the light through the bullet holes, etc. But nothing appears to touch the door. But there is definitely something standing there on the opposite side of the door.
When that shadow encompasses the door, that's when I let go with another burst.
Okay, roll.
Okay. 3 and 1.
Okay, so again, you're exploding, and at this point, the door starts to blow away, and you can now kind of see coming through. There's a light hanging in the room, back and forth. It's shocking back and forth. And you can see now the outline of a hulking creature. But it appears most of your bullets were hitting a gurney with glass tubes and bottles and surgical equipment. And so a lot of your bullets hit into these things and clearly did not hit what's ever in that room on the other side. And now you can kind of make out as the light swinging that there is some huge, hulking, bald monstrosity of what used to be a man.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'm backing up. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Sorry, you had to answer the door.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm backing up. I'm not comprehending what I'm seeing here.
Right.
But I do want to think about a kill box. You know what I mean? If I can get it in there,
right, then
all these shots have got to hit something.
Yeah, and then anyway,
I'm backing up 3 or 4 steps.
Okay, and again now this whole area is stinking of gunpowder. The noise is, your ears are ringing from the explosions of this gun, and now you're starting to hear and you realize there's other creatures or people on the floor moving around on the floor in there.
Okay. Now you broke up right before you said moving around. On the
floor. There's other people, beings or whatever on the floor moving around, and they're all whimpering and moaning and crying in fear. And
jeez,
yeah.
Bo.
But again, it's hard to see.
This hulking individual is right in front of me, right?
Well, he's in the room. He's in the center of the room, and he's facing the door, but he's not right in front of the door.
Okay. He's standing there. He's not.
Yes. Oh no, he's standing there, and he's moaning loud and angry, and scared maybe. Who knows, right? But he is huge.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I didn't know if he was. My first thing was I didn't know if he was going to be charging at me, right? So I stop a little bit, and I'm frozen trying to take all this crap in. I'll after a second take a stuttered step forward. And forward, taking in all this crap as more of the panorama opens up in front of me. And I walk up to the door and I look out and I'm looking at him guarded because I'm expecting, I still got the gun train on him, but I'm looking at this odd carnival of insanity. And they seem to be human. Yep,
they are, as you peek in now, the lamp is swinging. You see standing in the middle of the room, chained to a far post. In this room is a giant, hulking, muscle-bound, deformed monstrosity. And as he sees you, he his eyes widen and he starts reaching out, trying to reach you. But the chain is he can't quite reach you. Maybe 4 feet or so from you.
Yeah.
Around him are other pathetic, whimpering, sad, deformed individuals crawling about the floor. And you see in here now that this is some kind of a chamber where they've been doing experiments. There's gurneys. There's whoops, it looks like you froze again. Hold on.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're back now. But there's gurneys, you said?
Yeah, gurneys.
I know what the deal is, yeah. So I timidly take my foot and step down into the room.
Yep.
This door's already been shredded, and I'm looking about this
and
chaos.
he's moaning and reaching for you, but he can't quite get to you with his chain taut.
Is there a door, or is it gated on this, or is this a closed off room? Or
there is a door, not on basically the very opposite of him. So the door you came in is here. There's another door on the opposite, kind of perpendicular to you on this side, and he's stretched out, just not able to reach you or the door, and he's not able to reach the other door that would probably exit this room. It's a round room, and it's been converted. It probably was once some kind of priest's room or some kind of a bedroom. Who knows what it used to be, but it's been converted. Yeah. Right.
This is horrific. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to step my way over to the door.
Yep. You can just wiggle by him, and you're stepping over these other mutilated, pathetic creatures that are experiments gone wrong, and you're stepping on them and over them, and they're whimpering and reaching for you. You feel them grabbing your ankles. They're moaning. It is maybe half a dozen are in here with this creature.
Okay, I'm going over to. I'm looking at all of them, it just with sadness in my eyes as I get to the door, and I'm trying to open it quickly, wanting to get the hell out of here, but also with
the door's not locked. There is a window in the door as you get there and you peek out. You see that the hallway leading out of this room, that hallway's dark, so the lights are off. The door can be pulled open from your side, but it's heavy. You got to pull it open. It's on a pull. It's on a heavy weighted pull system to slam it shut when people leave. But you get it open. You can step into this dark hallway, and it leads probably 40 or 50 feet to the far end, and there's another door.
Okay, I back up, take a deep breath, walk to the entrance door that I had. Came into in the first place. Open, prop it so it don't swing back with a gurney or whatever. And I'm gesturing and looking at the people. Leave the hole. And I'm looking at the big guy.
Right.
And I walk over there. Is trying to get toward him? Is he reaching out to me?
He's still reaching and moaning and but he's big, 6'5", muscle
God.
bound.
Okay,
He's got
I
large,
don't know how to,
like,
but I'm
protuberances
looking.
from his head and his,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm looking at how he's restrained. There's no easy unlocking of that, right? So, but I'm looking at the others and gesturing toward, like it's up to them now if
Yeah,
they
and you
want to
see
go.
some of those bodies wiggle out and fall out the door you came in that you blew off,
Yeah,
you blew up. They're toppling
yeah.
into the priest tunnel. Some of them are still holding onto your cuffs of your pants as you're trying to open the door for them.
I'm ripping out forward, and God be with you as I'm
Right,
going, and I step toward the door. I look at him, double looking at you. I
right.
can't do nothing for you. And then I open that door up, and I pull up the gun as I'm going out of the door, and I shut it closed. Looked up both ways. Is it just a hallway,
It's
right?
just
Running both
out of
ways.
this room is a normal hallway. It's about 8 feet wide in the dark,
Now
and it
I'm
goes
looking down the length of it,
straight.
right?
Yeah, it goes straight down to another door with a window on it, similar to the door you just came out of.
Okay. I go down there, trying to be as stealthy as possible to get to the end of it, and then glance in that window.
Yeah, as you glance up and peek in, you see it's another room. This one empty, but there are file cabinets, and there is a chemistry workstation. You can see that there are ongoing during the day. This is a lab basically, and there are filing cabinets. There appears to
Yeah.
be in the far corner, peeking through this, is a safe, a large safe, the floor
Gotcha.
safe, probably a 400-pound safe, right?
Okay. I tried, as long as nobody's in there, I tried the lock.
Yeah, it just
Open the
opens.
door.
Again, you can grab it. It's heavy. Again, it's on a pole,
I
so
let up an inch or so, and then I listen, and
no
I'll
sound at
open it
all.
fully and step in
Yep,
and look around for any paperwork.
yep.
Yeah, immediately are there other doors though.
There's one other door out of here as well.
Yeah.
There is a desk in the opposite corner. Right in the middle of this round room is a lab station, chemistry lab station. There are papers everywhere, filing cabinets, the safe, and again there is a red light that's on. But this light is all illuminated in like a red bulb, soft red
Yeah.
bulb.
Gotcha.
You're
Look around.
familiar with a
I
light
to the,
like this as this indicates nighttime, and of course it would be bright white when it's daytime. So you're familiar with a light
I'm
like
looking
this.
for all the paperwork and smelling some of the vials as I
So
go.
let's make a mind check here. Let's make a mind check.
Yeah. Yeah. 6.
Okay, and a German language check.
Yeah. Another
Okay,
6.
so you as you read through some of this, you realize these are formulas, and they're formulas for attempting to manipulate the cellular structure of men. And attempt to create what sadly looks like they want to create some kind of super soldier. Most of the documentation is a list of failures, failure after failure after failure. There's a remark about a Lars, and you can make out from the reading of this that Lars is probably the poor giant on the chain. That partial success. From Lars. Lars, though unfortunately idiot, unstable, and weak, despite his physical acumen, is unuseful. So you're able to make out again. He's probably the best experiment they've had, but unfortunately he's childlike as opposed to warlike. And you can see they're attempting to create some kind of serum to create super soldiers. And
Gotcha.
unfortunately, or fortunately. Unfortunately, there's victims. Fortunately, they haven't succeeded.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gathering up as much as I dare to of primary documents of these formulas that can indict them on a global scale, like war crimes or whatnot. And I'm gathering those up as much as possible. I'm checking the safe to see if I can crack that open.
Yep. You got to let's do two. Mind first, and then a nimble check.
Mind check, nimble check.
Okay. So you ear to it, and you start twisting until you can hear the tumblers. This is not a sophisticated safe. It's obviously a pretty basic safe, but it's heavy and thick. They don't anticipate thieves having trouble with it. They anticipate keeping the workers out of it. And
once it drops in, I'll pull that and crack it open.
And it's heavy. You got to take a couple steps back as you pull it open, and you'll see vials of serums. They're dated. They're named with code names in German. You see a couple of thick notebooks of data and information. And at the very bottom shelf in the back, you see a tray that is marked Achtung Hazard. And they seem to be vials. You count a row of about 5 across, 8 deep, of a serum, some kind of serum.
Okay. Okay. Now, in the documentation, nothing serum-like, but not explosive content that I recognize, like any chemicals.
No, the only documents you've been able to find sitting out were just documenting the failed experiments to make super soldiers. You haven't found anything.
Anything that I smelled had nothing to do with explosive.
But much of the documentation referred to the vials that you saw on the top shelf of the safe. Nothing seems to be referring to these particular serums on the bottom shelf in the documentation that you read.
Gotcha.
But you know the top shelf refers to all these failed serums, but the bottom shelf, there's no reference to the names of these serums.
I'll take one of the serums, a couple of them, and pocket them.
Okay.
You know, I'm supposing they get the little cork at the top, little vials, and slide it into my little pant pocket. I lift the gun up to the side and walk to the next door and peer out of that and see what I'm seeing.
Yeah, you get to that door and you peer out and you see now that it's a larger open room that has multiple doors. This looks almost like a cell block. Like these might be, and they're not barred doors. They're doors with windows in them, but there's like 6. There's 3 on each side. It's a larger room, and then on the far end of that room, and right hanging in the middle is a dim bulb lamp hanging in the middle of that room. And you can see that it's cobblestone floors with a drain where they clearly rinse out, drain. And at the far end is another door. This door happens to look like a normal door with bars in the window of it. Almost like you're at the jail cell, like a reverse side of a jail cell area.
Exactly. I know this is where they do their experiments, blood grooves everywhere else. This blanch at that, sick bastards, I say, and then, I turn around and look out I think you said there was 2 doors.
There's one door on the opposite side of this whole room, and then there's 6 doors to jail cells.
No, I mean the room that I'm currently in.
Just your room in, and the door in, and the door you're standing in.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I crack that open, and very slowly, but I'm listening for any kind of sounds because I suspect that they're in the rooms, right? Or something.
Let's make as you pass by the doors, are listening. Let's make one roll. Okay. The second door on the right in the middle. You hear what sounds like sobbing or something.
Okay, I walk up, and of course I'm looking in the room to make sure that anything isn't going to give me away, and to ascertain what is going on. But I look at that sobbing individual.
Yeah. So you peek in, and you see it is Lady Benoit. She is stripped, naked. She appears as though she has been smacked around quite a bit.
Lady Benoit, I take that, and I try to find some kind of covering.
Okay. You look about the area, and sure enough, you can find a lab coat and something like that. And she looks up, and almost again this catatonic, terrified state. She hears her name, but it takes her a minute to realize that you're not a German. You're not there to torture her or to abuse her or whatever. And takes her a minute to acknowledge. Right.
When she's
and in shame, she covers up her body as she comes to the door and looks out the window of the door.
Yeah, and I cover her up with the lab coat, whatever.
Oh yeah, she's locked. So. She's locked behind this door, so you won't be able to touch her yet.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, she's locked. She's locked in the cell.
Behind the doors. I'm looking for any kind of. Yeah, I'm looking for any keys or.
Okay.
Immediately in this area to unlock.
Doesn't appear to be any hanging here or around here. Right?
Okay. I curse and look at her and put my hand on the thing. So I'll be back.
Okay.
Keep low. I curse because I don't even know if I just made a faulty promise that I would never be able to keep.
Mm-hmm.
But I turn around, more determined now, walk to the end of that hallway where the door exits out further.
Yep.
And listen to it and look through it.
Yeah, you can. As you peek in, you see sitting in the middle in a chair, hands tied behind his back, is Lieutenant Bueller, and there is the SS officer that you were dealing with at the estate just earlier in the day, and he's got a guard at the door, and he is currently got Bueller naked, and he is currently interrogating and torturing Bueller. You can't hear through these doors. I mean, they're thick, heavy doors. You can't hear.
Thick. Gee whiz. As they're talking, I'm gonna try the door to see if it's locked or if it's.
Yeah, you feel the handle turn freely, and you can feel the latch unclick. The door is loose in your hand.
Gotcha. At this point in time, I'm going to. I have the pistol in my hand. And I'm going to crack that door and enter into it and level. You said how?
Hold on.
How many officers were in there?
There's the SS officer and there's a guard on the door. There's two. There's only two Germans in the room with Bueller in the chair.
Okay. Well, I enter, but I'll level it at the main SS officer. Mm-hmm. Now, what's his reaction?
Okay, let's make a roll here. Okay, it doesn't appear to have noticed you yet, even.
Oh.
Yeah, he's too busy enjoying torturing this guy. He's preoccupied with what he's doing.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move around the side, but I'll still keep tabs on him.
Okay, so as you move, though, he doesn't notice you, but the other soldier guarding the far door stands to attention and barks, and it echoes through this chamber, off this cobblestone and stone walls, this round chamber. It echoes as he barks out and draws the attention. And he stands up, looking around. What are you yelling at as it echoes through this chamber?
And I have the gun. I have the gun on him.
Yep.
And then I'll stand still. I'll try to say in German.
Mm-hmm. Let's make an initiative check. Let's make an initiative roll now. I got a 6.
4.
Now, so did that beat your? Because you have to beat your nimble. What was your nimble's a 5?
5.
Okay, so you not only did you fail your nimble, he won his nimble. So the guard on the door snaps up with his rifle and takes a shot at you across this room.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
And it again, an explosion of light and sound echoing in this room, and you hear the bullet hit the wall behind you, exploding tile, right? And the SS officer that was in the middle of torturing Bueller drops to his knees and uses Bueller as a shield between you and the other soldier now has got a rifle leveled at you, and he's bolting a new bullet into the chamber.
Yeah. Now, I get the. He's bolting another one. I run over there. I've got the gun, the pistol, like I said, in my hand. I will take a direct fire back at him. Is what I'm gonna do.
The soldier. Okay.
Yes.
Roll that nimble.
No.
All right. bang, a bullet. Again, large echoing noise in here, flash of the muzzle, and you hear the bullet ricochet around the room, and you're down to 5 shots left in that pistol. Again, the SS officer now screaming out is now backpedaling, squatting, and pulling Bueller on the chair backward toward the door as the soldier takes a knee and fires another shot at you. And this time you feel the penetration of a bullet as it goes through, maybe passes clean through your left shoulder, and you take a wound.
It passes through my shoulder, and I kind of go down to the side.
Right.
It hit the gun down to catch myself, but I've fallen behind the chair.
Yep.
I'm reaching in and pulling out the pin. I've kept my breast pocket while I'm kicking off the scabbard of it, and I'll hit down toward the bindings on Bueller, and at his back, since our boy's working around it, and sawing it off, trying to get the bindings loose. Okay. So, however long it takes me to cut him loose. Okay.
So as you drop down, you're cutting loose his feet. You also are aware as you're scrambling.
No, his hands, like his body.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. So you're cutting free his hands. You're aware of the blood dripping from his fingertips as he has had his hands tortured, and you don't know what they've done, but his hands are a bloody mess as you're cutting loose his hands.
Well, it's all red light in here and everything else. So
you feel the sticky blood, and you smell, and you realize now that he has been tortured in who knows what many ways. He kind of lolls his head back and forth as he's kind of aware of what's going on. You can't really see his face because you're behind him. And the SS soldier at that point throws the chair and his body back upon you. Make a brawn check for me.
Got it.
Okay, so basically he hits you with this 200-pound German in a chair, and you just kind of deflect it away with your shoulder. And now the SS officer is standing 4 feet from you, and behind him is a guard trying to level a shot at you.
I know, but like I said, I had my pistol in the hand, and when I'm trying to cut that way and he pushes back, I turn it to the side, but I want to come up. My intent is to level exactly at the SS officer. Okay. Right? And shoot, whether or not I get off the second, but that's why.
Yeah, and you'll have a bonus here at point-blank range, so you have to roll a 4 and up, basically, for your nimble.
Nope.
Okay, so somehow, some way, the explosion of fire and the soldier maybe bumps and moves him out of the way, and somehow you miss him in this.
It just went off, by his head or
and
whatever.
this soldier then takes 2 steps towards you with the butt of his rifle and attempts to hammer you with it. Oh, and he hits you. You feel the butt of the rifle strike you in the side of the head, and you are now stumbling, somewhat dizzy, as you've taken a shot to the side of the head by the butt of this rifle, and you're now finding yourself in a melee. That doesn't mean you can't use your gun, but you're in a tight melee with the soldier.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Definitely, according to what situation, I mean, the soldier that came to me, right, and smacked me side of the head.
Right.
All right.
And the officer was kind of pushed out of the way. That's how you managed to miss him.
I'm swinging up with the penknife, too, on the opposite side, and hit him with that, trying to shank him with that. Which,
Brawn at a bonus?
I got it.
Okay.
Well, I got 4, my bonus 4.
This is the soldier or the officer?
The soldier just butted me, right?
Yeah.
So he kind of interposed in between like that, and so I'm just reaching
So
out,
you feel
me off.
You hit him you hit him in the jugular where you've been trained to kill somebody.
Yeah.
You feel him go limp. His rifle drops to the floor, and you're now kind of realizing that he pulls off your blade as his eyes widen, and he spits blood, and he goes down to his knees. And then topples.
I fell on top of him, grabbing the rifle, using him as a prop and a little bit of a shield.
Right.
As I'm trying to reorientate toward the SS officer.
Yeah. And the SF officer's hands up now. He's backed up to the wall. You have killed the guard, and his hands are in the air, and he's
I'm laying prostrate, just kind of slipping in the blood and everything this in here,
Right.
and fell on top of him as I pull his rifle up.
Right.
And I get up, and, all right, you son of a bitch, and I'm standing up and leveling it and walking closer to him.
Yeah.
And I walk and look past down at Bueller, who's laying there, obviously moaning and bleeding out.
Yeah, and now you get a pretty good look in the red dim red light. He's got an eyeball missing. It's been carved out of his head. He's had his front teeth pulled out of his mouth. It's just a bloody mess. He's missing an eye. You can see where they've slit his nose. They have tortured Bueller significantly for whatever reason. Right? You don't even know why.
I'm leaning down and then taking that other knife that I released.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I'll walk up to the SS officer, son of a bitch, and he's backed up against the wall,
right.
And I'll lean down while I'm cutting the feet loose of Bueller.
Mm-hmm.
Bueller, get up, see if he noticed me.
Yeah, he lolls and he kind of recognizes. He sits up. You can see the blood dried from where he's lost his eye. He tries to talk, but his mouth's full of blood and has his teeth pulled out. And he kind of says, "Bachmann, in German. Bachmann, is that you?"
Yeah. Get up if you want to save your life.
Yeah.
Go out the back. Go through the retaining area where they've got the other poor bastards back there.
Okay.
There's a hole you can escape out of, and I'm standing up as I cut his shackles free on his legs, and I'm standing up, readdress myself fully toward the SS officer, and put the gun like in his mouth and cock it up a little bit.
Okay.
I feel like the need to just pull the trigger,
right?
And then I lean in to give him that thing, and I say, "Where's the keys? The keys to the cell block."
He motions down to his, his hips.
Okay, and he motions down to his hips. I look over slightly out of the window of the door that's leading out of there to see if there's anybody coming, and I reach over and check it, jangle it, make sure I lock it.
Right.
And then I take him, lead him by the mouth and turn him around.
Right.
And then let's go. Bueller, get up. And I'm leading toward the door that I just came through, and I pick it up and, kick it open with my foot.
So Bueller is stumbling around. You see him feebleishly with his hands crippled, trying to get the jacket off the dead soldier. He's trying to get, because he's completely naked. He's fumbling around, trying to get his hands to work, and then he just gives up and kind of limps behind you, holding his hands as you come to that other room.
Yeah. Bueller. I'll get to the door, and then, oh boy, I'm telling him, get the keys out. Get the lady, Benoit, out.
Yeah. And when Bueller hears the mention of Lady Benoit, he starts to sob. And he ignores you and heads further down away. And you hear him in German say, "She cannot see me like this." This once very attractive, tall, lean, blue-eyed German is
Bueller, damn it. We must do what we must.
Make a person check. See if you can convince him.
I'm saying it in German. No.
Yeah, he just stumbles on past you, pulls open that door, and disappears into the chemistry lab behind that door. And you can, you hear him sobbing until the door slams, and then you hear nothing from that room at all.
Bastard. And then I'll readdress myself to the SS guard. Open the door now.
Yeah, and he turns and he twists the key and pulls the door open. And she's standing there, hiding in the back corner, covering up her body as she's been stripped.
I gesture her out real quick. I hand her the covering.
Yeah.
The lab coat.
She stumbles out and puts it on.
And I look at her and I say, Mademoiselle, pull yourself up, dig deep. And I'm pushing him to the side and relieving him of his keys.
Uh-huh.
And I shove him into the
okay.
Shove him into
Make a nimble check while you're doing all this.
Okay. Passed it.
Okay.
No, that was with the bonus. I failed it. I got a 4.
Okay. So as you're doing this, she manages to get the gun away from you, and she levels it and pops off a shot with this rifle at him, unfortunately, and misses him as you hear an explosion of light and sound again, echoing, ears ringing.
Is this officer?
Trying to kill the SS officer as he stumbles back, hits the wall, slides to the floor, and she's screaming and crying, and she's trying to shoot him, but this click, and she has not bolted another bullet into the chamber.
Yeah, but I'm slamming the door shut.
Right.
And then I'm locking it, and I look over there and I'm trying to reach and grab from her. It's going to take me a second to do that.
Right.
But I'm screaming, Mademoiselle, as I'm doing this to shut it and turn around and try to wrestle it from her hand before she.
Oh yeah, she lets it go, sobbing in defeat as she wanted desperately
to
to
pull her
kill
head
him.
in close to me and let her sob for a second.
Yeah.
Calm
And she
down.
whispers as she sobs, "Why didn't you kill him?
children.
Why didn't you kill the bastard, the evil bastard?"
Thank you. Think of your children. His time will come.
Mm-hmm.
Go in short order.
Okay.
I let listen to me good, and I'll back up from her.
Mm-hmm.
There is an exit through this way. Now, go through those doors down a long hallway. Into the room. The other door should be open for you. Down a long hallway, and I'm reaching out with the pistol.
Yeah.
And I'm placing it in her hand again, and I say, "Keep this on you." I expected, I'll stop. I say, expected Bueller to help escort you out, but the damn coward took tail and ran, and didn't do what most, but keep him in line of sight. He's in poor shape.
Mm-hmm.
Go down the hallway. Exit into a room. Now listen, still yourself, because it's abominations, but you must press through that to get through. Go into there's a priest hole that leads through a shamrockled wooden door on the other side. You'll go in about 200 yards. You'll end up in a copse of trees.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful. There are patrols lingering. Your car is there, but unfortunately it's been dismantled. If you can replace the spare,
Right.
or wait for me there, or take home on foot. But I've got to get to the center of this,
Right.
and end this corruption.
Right.
And I trust you. I want to see if
it's called person.
it's ineffectual. I feel like her mind's too distracted, and her eyes aren't focusing on me.
Yeah. She's going, but you have no idea whether she'll succeed in the task. You just don't have confidence that she'll
let her
succeed.
go. Yeah,
but she is going
with almost uncertainty. But I've got to turn around about my task at hand, and that's when I take the larger gun and I'll start stalking toward.
Okay.
That, and I turn around and stop where I just jailed him, and I'll his feet as he's laying in there through the bars,
right.
And then I'll walk on and open that door and enter that area.
Okay.
Watch myself and go back up to that door.
Okay.
This exits out of that little interrogation room.
Yeah.
What am I peering in?
So as you peer into this now, this is a little more. Now you're recognizing you're getting into the actual villa itself, as this looks like a normal room. These particular chambers were soundproof through thick doors and tile and cobblestone. And this next room looks like it's more traditional room. It looks like it is a basement area of the villa. Who knows which building inside the villa, but the reality is it looks like a more normal room as you open up here. But again, no lights on here. It's a dark room, basement. There's enough light filtering in, from other ambient sources, but so it's not completely dark, but it's not like there's not a bulb lit, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah. I shut the door behind me.
If only you had gone to the library and studied the blueprints, you might have known where you're at.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
I'm teasing you, man. I'm teasing you, man.
No, I fully know. Well, I did. Okay, but anyway, I started. I'll look about, and there's upper floors, right?
Right.
So I'm going to a penthouse area is what I'm thinking, right? So I'm starting
Okay,
to
well,
try to
yeah.
get
I
it.
mean, you know you're in the basement. I mean, you know you're in the basement of this place. So you open up into the basement and you make your way through this basement. It's supplies, paper supplies, foodstuffs. There's some. There's no ammunition, things like that here, but most of it seems to be related to science work. So beakers, things that scientists or chemists would use that needed necessary for this area. You make your
Yeah,
way to a shallow flight of steps. They only go up about 5 or 6 steps to another room, and they open. It opens into a room. There's not a door here, and it opens up into what looks like a kitchen area.
oh yeah,
You glance around the kitchen. Again, everything's dark. It's quiet. Again, we're talking. It's almost 2 in the morning at this point, right?
oh
About
yeah.
two in the
I'm
morning.
being as
Yeah.
stealthy as I can
Yep.
to try to not make noise around all these beakers and tables and
Right.
whatnot, and not
Uh,
going and trying to shop.
and you approach the double doors out of this kitchen. And as you
Yeah,
peek through a hole into one of these doors, you see a dining room into what appears to be a dining room. Lights are
yeah, yeah.
off there as well. As you
Now I'm wanting to navigate to get to sleeping quarters
right,
and find this general. Okay,
right,
that's what I'm trying to do.
okay,
So as I'm going through there, slowly but surely, I want to navigate up toward.
yep,
If it's a two-tiered, I would know this. If it's two-tiered or
correct,
two-level or three-level,
correct. Two
um,
basement
yeah,
and 2 floors. Basement and 2 floors. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. So I'm on the first
yeah,
floor, and I'm wanting to get to. I'll get to the
yeah,
stairwell going up to the
and
second floor.
yeah, and as you pass into the large room to the stairwell to go up
Yeah,
to the second floor, you see a guard sitting at a table. And he is reading a book or doing something, but he is awake. He has his gun rifle leaning on the wall, head
I'm
down
gonna
at a
go.
table, and he appears to be reading something.
I'm gonna go behind him. Well, head down on the table. Um, I'm going to try to slip behind him
Okay.
with the penknife and
Yeah.
relieve him of his jugular pressure.
Okay. Let's make a nimble check at a bonus because he's preoccupied.
Okay. No.
Okay. So he sets up right as you tiptoe up on him.
Yeah.
It's something's. He hears something and he sits up, looks away from his book, and he starts to in the chair turn around to look behind him as you're working toward him, right? And he
Yeah.
kind of sees you. You guys make eye contact as you're creeping up on him, and he starts to say something. Let's make initiative roll to see who gets to go first.
Oh, okay.
I failed, so if you just succeed, you'll win
Uh,
initiative.
no, I failed.
Okay,
Um,
so you're both kind of looking at each other, and he like reaches out for his weapon and he realizes he's laid it up against the wall, and he turns the opposite way in his chair to reach for his weapon.
now,
Right.
can we see each other? Is it
Yeah,
so
yeah,
dark that we
you're
can't look?
within 5 feet of each other. You're
That's fine. I didn't
because
know
you
if
were
I need to
creeping up
speak
on him
louder.
when he heard you and turned around and saw you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I want to launch
Okay.
and smother him if possible.
Okay. Make a bronze roll.
While I'm shaking him.
Make a bronze roll as a melee attack.
Yep. 6. I
Okay.
rolled 3 ones in a row. Now I can finally have 6.
So tell me how you dispatch this German soldier.
Yeah, I'll come up close to him and in the neck
Yep.
with the shank
Okay.
and put his face and head so any noise that he makes
Right.
will be smothered a little bit as I set him down back
Okay.
into his seat. Right?
Yep. And his
then the
arm
head drop
drops as he
open.
was reaching for his rifle. His arm drops as you kill him pretty instantly. Prop him up in his chair.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'll put it there like he's sleeping, and
Okay.
then kind of wipe the knife off, and then
Okay.
let him lay there, thanking God that it didn't tumble worse. And then I'll pull away
Right.
slightly and work my way around away from the table as I'm looking up the stairwell.
Yep. So as you stand and take in, now you see it's a large stairwell, goes up,
Yeah.
and it goes right and left again, but it doesn't wind around like the estate house that you were living in the last few days. They just go down halls, but there's no guards at the top of the stairs. There's no tables for guards. It's quiet, but you are aware you are in the main villa. This would be the main estate home on this
Yeah.
property. You can tell from the opulent rugs and lamps that this is where the general would stay. Plus, the general is the head of chemistry and biology, so he would want to be close to his work. So you're pretty much he's somewhere in this building.
Definitely, but from the layout that I'd seen from my perch on the other, of this villa and looking at it, maybe I can ascertain where the master bedroom would be.
Okay.
From the layout,
Yep.
using my mind, so to speak.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, as you creep up the stairs to top, you get to the top, and there's no room directly in front of you. So it's a guess. Is it down the right hall or is it down the left hall? It's a guess.
Yeah. Now I'll go down. It's always the right hall. So I'll go to the right.
Okay.
And see. I'll stop and listen at each door.
Yeah. You get to the first door and you listen. Make a mind check for me.
Yes.
Okay. You hear subtle, soft snoring in that room. The first door.
Lightly turn the knob.
Okay. It creaks open just a bit. You see a four-polstered bed, and there appears to be someone sleeping soundly in that bed. They're facing away from you. Their back is to you as they're sleeping on their side.
Okay. Now I'm looking around the room to see if there's any.
There is a soldier's uniform hanging up, but it is that of a captain.
I slowly shut the door.
Okay.
And then I'll go to the next and listen.
Okay, let's make a roll.
Similar fashion.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. You can't hear anything. You would have to, of course, investigate further.
Yeah, of course. I try the door.
Okay. Again, it creaks open, and here you see a bed. There appear to be two people in it. And as you squeeze the door open, lucky you, I made a roll. As you slide the door open, you make eye contact with a prostitute who's laying awake in the bed, staring directly into your face.
In the middle of the week, I was trying to dodge.
Right, and but a German soldier's arm is got her pinned down, and she's awake and aware of you. But it appears as if some German who's had his he's in his orgasmic sleep, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, I look at her.
She doesn't say anything. She just
put my finger up like that, and do like that, and then I'll shut the door.
And you see her purposely close her eyes. As you say that, she purposely I didn't see nothing. She closes her eyes.
Gotcha. And I'll shut it and go to the next door. Okay. How many doors along this thing?
This is it. This is the last door on this side.
Okay.
So this is the third door on this side.
Yeah, 6 doors in a row. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was envisioning. So anyway, I go up to it, roll, and no.
Okay. Again, you can't quite hear what's going on in that room.
Okay, and again, I crack the door open.
Yeah, and as you swing it open, you see laying right smack in the middle of a large bed is the hump of a belly of an opulent a person, the big belly sticking through the sheets, and very light snoring. And as you glance around the room, you can see there's some tankard of something on his nightstand. You can see a large book sitting on his nightstand, and you can see hanging up at the end of his bed is the uniform of a general.
I step in, shut the door, and walk over to the bed, stealthily as possible. And
as you walk up, you see this pasty, pale, middle-aged, balding man who is obese. He has got what appears on his nightstand. You see a tankard of some liquid, probably wine or something, and unfinished meal, as he was obviously eating at some point. There's a large book there next to him in German. It's some kind of chemistry book, and you see laying on the bed beside him is papers and things he has shuffled out that he was obviously working on before he fell asleep.
Yeah. But what I do is walk up to him and I'll put the end of the gun
Uh-huh.
barrel on his belly, wash it around to wake him up.
Okay. Yeah, he spooks awake, snorts, coughs, and then looks, and he starts to say something.
I told you, be quiet, and then I'll wave the gun right in his face.
Yeah, he kind of squirms, pushes away from you a little bit, and squirms. You can hear the papers rustle on the bed.
Now, what I'm doing is taking the pillows, the sheets off the pillows,
Mm-hmm.
or the cases, basically, and I have the gun on him and like sit up.
So he
like position himself on the bed.
yeah,
like
he
that.
scoots up. He scoots up until he's got his back against the bedstand, and you see now he's fat. He's got these pasty, pathetic. He looks like melting pile of ice cream.
Yeah, when he tries to get out of bed, he rocks himself back to sleep. So you don't need to get out of bed. What we do is like leave his arms up, and I'm going to take the pillowcases off and wrap his arms around the headboard.
He whispers to you, "What do you want?" in German. What do you want? What are you here for?
Shh. Everything will be all right.
Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here? As he watches you tie his hands up, he's whispering to you.
Yeah, and that will be known in short order. I try to say in broken English, which it doesn't come through.
Right.
So I get tired of trying to speak in English, and that's why I just start going, hush, hush.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he's laying there, I get him restrained good. All right. And then I reach in my pocket, and I start fishing out that vial.
Okay.
And I hold it in front of him.
Yeah, he immediately tries to gets away from it, and he's kicking his feet.
I'm still getting, yeah. But if he's twisting,
he's kicking his feet.
Trust me, I'll jam that freaking muzzle in him hard until he stops. You know what I mean? So I want him.
No, you fool! You don't realize what you have, you fool! You've killed us all if you open that.
Okay. No, I'll smack him. Okay. With the butt of the rifle. Not so hard to knock his ass out, but just shut him up.
Okay.
Now I'll put the barrel back on him, and I will kill us or not. I can't understand his German anyway. I haven't really felt it. But what I'm doing is bringing it to his lips.
Oh yeah, he's sweating, and he's yeah.
I'll pop that cork off there and try to force feed him that thing while I'm still jabbing it to him.
Right.
Like drink.
Yeah, he holds his breath and purses his lips and pulls away, and then you're gonna have to make a brawn check here as he is as well.
Yeah, but he's gonna drink it with our pour it down his nose or what?
Right.
6. Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like very.
You're lucky. So yeah, he coughs and splutters as you pour it into his mouth. He begins to convulse and
I was holding his nose until he had to open up his mouth.
Yeah, and he starts to convulse and wheeze as he swallows this. You see him start to gag, and now he's starting to pitch and pull on his hands. And then his eyes open wide, and bubbles come from his mouth, and he's gone. He's dead instantly.
Yeah, I'll leave you to your work. I say as I walk over there and grab his hat and his coat and fill out with with his outfit.
Yeah, right? It hangs on you, unfortunately, because he's a corpulent man. Yeah. But it's kind of hanging on you. But yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm tucking it in and whatnot, and it's night.
Yeah.
But and I'm looking around for any of the keys and whatnot.
Yeah, there's keys around here. There's papers and a briefcase. There's logbooks that he's got dated and lined up on his desk. Logbooks. Yeah,
I'm putting everything I can in that briefcase.
Okay.
That I see.
Yep.
As well as what I've got from previous.
Okay.
Put it in there, and I'm going to exit and leave the I'm going to get down to the upper. Okay, when I go into hold up I'm on the upstairs mezzanine or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
So I get to the first room
Right.
where the captain was,
Correct.
and I like that fuse on that stick of dynamite that I got.
Okay.
Open it, pop it, and roll it in silently and shut the door.
Okay.
And then while I'm counting, I'm kind of doing it quickly, running down, and I'm going to backtrack my steps down into the
Basement.
basement.
Okay.
I probably hear the explosion now.
Yep. Yep.
As I go into that room. Now, the basement has all the things as well.
Yep. And you start to hear, after the explosion rocks, you start to hear, shortly after that, you can hear an alarm klaxons going, right? And you can hear Achtung, and you hear German soldiers screaming as alarms are going. But when you get into that jail space, and that door shuts, you hear no sound above you.
Yeah. Because I'm going through that, and then I'll go through that room and into the jail space. I wanted to, before I shut the door, in fact, that's where I was going to light another stick of dynamite behind me and shut that big door.
In the basement, yeah. Below the basement. Yeah. Gotcha, okay.
And then I'll go into the, I'm fumbling with the keys.
Yep. So you got 2 sticks of dynamite left.
I'm fumbling with the keys, and I will walk into. Is that SS officer? He's still there, right?
Yeah, he's still locked in the cell. You locked him in the cell, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I look at him and stop and just look at him and sneer, and then pump a couple of bullets at him.
Okay. Yeah, you just 2 bullets. You'll kill him, but it'll take 2 bullets.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're down to 2 bullets left in your revolver.
Yeah, I look at that, and I give my revolver to her. I'm using that Tommy gun that I had.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So let's make a roll on that. Let's make a roll on that.
Yeah.
So if you roll a 6, you will empty out this cartridge.
2.
Okay, so so you shoot him with enough to kill him. You may have, who knows how much you have left in that cartridge, but okay.
Yeah, there was a couple cartridges in the sling you had said.
Yeah.
So I'm still first.
Yep.
Yeah, Max. Okay, I do that, and I'm hurriedly walking to the next door, and I open it and shut it.
Yep.
And I'm in that
Chem lab
room, the Chem lab.
Yep.
Yes, and then I've got the other dynamite.
Yep.
And I opened that door to the safe fully.
Yep.
In fact, I never shut it.
Yep.
I'm lighting it, and I'm putting it in the safe.
Right.
Right? I'm not shutting the safe.
Okay.
Leaving it open, and then I'll exit that room, shut the door, and start running down that long.
Okay. And again,
I'm mindful.
You hear barely just a boop where it blew up, but it's so muffled it's like a boop. Right.
Exactly. But I'm running down that corridor. I'm mindful of the lady or Bueller.
Yeah.
And the steps, because I'm starting to think about them as I'm approaching that last room.
Right.
And when I open it.
Yeah. As you come in there, you find Bueller hanging in the grip of this creature. As he's got Bueller by the neck, and he's just standing there moaning and looking around with Bueller's dead body. So he's got him by the throat. Bueller's clearly dead, strangled out. No sign, and you see, again, a couple of these writhing bodies that are too disabled to function. And you don't see her anywhere. As you step into the priest tunnel, you see a couple of these writhing bodies trying to crawl around as you're glancing down the priest tunnel. But she's not been in any of these rooms along the way, so she may have gotten this far, or at least this far plus.
Yeah. And I'll stop and step into that exit, turn around and look at this forlorn beast that's just strangling this rag of a man now, and all this writhing stuff. My heart goes out to him, and I kind of do that, waiting for a second. Then I'll turn and go down the tunnel,
Okay.
right? I'm doing it. I'm calling up Miss Benoit,
Right.
Mademoiselle, as I'm going and stepping.
And as you
But
get close to the exit, you hear now the alarms going off in the area around you, and you pop out of the priest hall through the brush,
yes,
and you see, you can hear now fully the alarms going, vehicles churning. You can hear, you can see smoke behind you as the villa's explosions have caused some smoke. The villa doesn't appear to be on fire, as there's not enough damage there to burn the stone building. But you see that there's evidence that it blew up that
yeah.
that bedroom in the second floor. And you glance around, you hear her yell at you. She's ducked behind the car, and she's waving you over from a crouched position behind the car.
She's doing that, and I'm looking at her, and with that I light a cigarette as I'm standing there taking all this in, and I put it in my mouth.
Right.
I light it, and then I take my cigarette as my lighter seems to have gone out, and then I'll light the end of that last stick of dynamite,
Right.
and throw it in that priest hole and let it roll down a little bit and shut that trap door,
Okay.
and then I'll take off on a jog toward her.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And now I'm running around to the back tire to see if it's it. Mademoiselle, the tire is good, and then I'm trying to take the back tire off to
Right.
replace it,
Right.
and started changing it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
She's obviously probably.
Oh no, she's at this point. She's crawled into the car. She's sitting in the front seat. Again, you can tell she's in shock to some degree. She's not completely unable to function, but she's wrapped up in this lab coat.
It'll be all right. Your children, you did good. Stay. I'm changing the tire. So I'm taking it off the back,
Right.
replace it, just threw the wheel back in place,
Right.
and not leave evidence.
Right.
And I guess about this time that does that dynamite go off?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, but you shut the door, so you
See
would
the
have heard
ground
it.
uplift.
Right? Yeah, you heard a little boop when you saw the door, but
And
yeah, it's
smoke and
right.
get pelted with little
Dust and
gravels or
shit.
whatever
Yep,
like
yep,
that.
exactly.
As I say that, and I put it back in there, and I'll jump in the driver's seat
All right.
and reaching around for the keys, move those old keys out, and then put it in there and crank it up. And kickstart it, and the dust kicks up as I wheel away and
Right.
pull out of that area.
Yep. And you roll down the back roads back toward her estate, and again you see most of the Germans in the area seem to be headed toward the villa or already at the villa. They're preoccupied with what appears to be an attack on the villa. And you also notice as you're in the darkness, silhouetted along the horizon at times, you see people walking toward her estate. You realize these are villagers who were told to evacuate. They just haven't gotten to the house yet. But as you pull into the estate, you'll see 3 or 4 trucks that had arrived and unloaded people. You'll see people mingling about. You see the chauffeur organizing people coming in, get out of the
I'm
driveway.
updating her the whole drive over there and pointing out what's going on,
Right.
and trying to get her back on task. When I pull up, I'll call for the butler. It's what is his name?
Raoul.
Raoul. Raoul. Get the lady. And we help her out, and then we'll get her, and Rose can tend to her and get her redressed and whatnot.
And just glancing, you've got maybe 45 minutes before the plane touches down. Right.
I know, that's what I was about to say.
Right.
I'm on the top, and where the flag is, and
Right.
looking down at the wreckage and everybody milling about. I'm setting in the call to them to let them know to send the plane. Right.
Right.
Maybe a little bit late,
Right.
but I do that and I pack it up, and then I run past the room and I look in at her being tended by Rose or whatever, and I feel like stopping, but I know I'm pressed for time.
Right.
And that's when I do a last glance, and I look over at Raoul,
Right.
and then I take off running downstairs,
Okay.
and then I'll exit the manor and hoof it
Okay.
by foot up to the up to the area where the
Okay,
plane is
so
all
let's make
hitting the
a
skyline.
nimble check as you're running through the countryside trying to get to the landing. You can hear the buzz of the plane as it's coming in, and you hear now AT-AT fighter from the villa. There's an anti-aircraft gun in the courtroom, or
Yeah.
courthouse. What do you call it? What am I trying to say? It is the
Courtyard.
courtyard. Thank you, of the villa, and pow pow, and you see these AT-AT flak hitting around the plane as it's coming in, and you see it hit the wing and twist the plane. The plane bursts into flames, and you watch it in horror as you come to the top of the hill. Coupled with your failure and the AT-AT hitting, the plane crashes into the field, and you're now standing there realizing, well, there's my way out.
Oh, I'm rushing over there to find any survivors.
Right. As you come running up on them, there's the pilot piling out and coughing, and as you help pull him away from the wreckage as it burns.
And put him out. Yeah.
And you think to yourself, I guess I'll be taking the train or stealing a car and headed for the border, as we will fade to black on this episode.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
So you're about a 3.5 hour drive from the border if you were to make a run for the border in a car, or a train. If you think you can get out of there now that they're going to be looking.
I'm pushing him out, just looking at but at least I'm alive. You know what I mean? Right. But there could be more to reconcile.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, that's a perfect.
Dude, that was fun. That was great fun. Lots of rolls on my side to influence some things and success or failures, plus your rolls. It worked great, man. Fantastic.
Yeah. That's good. Thanks.